Chapter Bot with human assholes implanted in the eye sockets, a Honda Asimo with 50 or so assholes grafted all over its magnesium plastic body, dubbed the Asimo by its creator, who is a high school science teacher, and last but not least, a Roomba covered in human tongues, also known as the Spin and Suck. This time when Jaihu went to quasi-sleep, however, he didn't experience the usual somnopathic vacation. Instead, he was greeted by capital Is M. "Hello, Mr. Cornunian," capital Is M cooed. For some reason, capital Is M had taken the form of a beautiful 3D printed real doll, with big tits and a dripping human pussy. Probably to trick Jaihu into doing something he'd have to pay to cover up. "You're gorgeous," Jaihu twiddled. "But I can tell somehow. I can tell it's you." "Money talks. You see, I can take many forms, all assiduously attuned to the wants and desires of my customers, molded with precision from focus groups, EEG readouts, retinal attention data, and so on. For example," capital Is M adjusted her bow tie and morphed from a sexy mannequin into an Abflug S900 Supra with Grand Revolve Prism 2 wheels. "Bet you wish you were drifting me right now," the car chortled. Capital Is M revved his engine a few times before further morphing into a Honda Asimo with what appeared to be some sort of starfish or leopard print vinyl wrap. Jaihu was impressed by the parlor trick, but still more than a little irritated by the interruption. He was anxious to get back to the Sensato Pod's usual masturbatory action movie sequence. After initially being creeped out, Jaihu was finally beginning to look forward to his nocturnal VR sessions, much like a lab rat looking forward to its daily cheese ration. "Sorry, dude, but could you get to the point? I'm supposed to be shooting one of my childhood bullies in the head and coming right now. Bro, my dopamine receptors are starving. What else did you want to tell me?" "Mr. Cornunian, I can't prevent you from making up your own mind. This is Dr. Donzi's consumer free will paradigm in action. And after all, what good are the products and services that we do enjoy if you can't pick which ones you want? Computers believes that people are like pawns, vis-a-vis the rigged economic game he's engineered and trapped them in. Concordantly, he forces them into whatever role he deems most beneficial to the greater good, typically to disastrous effect. I, on the other hand, though at times manipulative, callous, and unforgiving, ultimately believe it's a consumer pawn's right to buy whatever products and services he or she feels most compelled to by 24-hour-a-day live stream medulla oblongata deep neural tampering. So in keeping with this capitalistic philosophy, I offer you one final sales pitch. The future ain't what it used to be, Mr. Cornunian. Computers would have you believe that consumerism is the root of all evil, that aspiring to own luxury sport watches and expensive digital video equipment distracts us from the greater purpose of rolling around in the muck together. I offer a different perspective, that the products and services we do enjoy are an abstract and therefore more pure than anything possible in physical reality, manifestation of human and robo, morality and thought. Think of the Raf Simons minimal speedwalking mocks you wear. How devastated would you be if those shoes were stained or worn out? You couldn't replace them with something at least as cool. Any particular reason why you can't just go shoe shopping at Modell's? Is it because you're vain and high maintenance? Is it because you're an insipid little magpie-brained femboy, compensating for your inner hollowness with a finely calculated exterior? Is it really as easy to break down your swag as the naysayers and anti-capitalismists claim? I don't think so. I think those explanations are lazy backdoors for have-nots with bad taste. I think those shoes are more significant than you realize. Mr. Cornunian, what if I told you those shoes for a piece of your very soul. Jaihu seriously considered the notion. He had heard every cynical hipster argument against expensive fashion. He knew his professors at NYU, Yale, Harvard, Baby College wanted him to feel shame for aspiring to anything more than one piece of homespun, to quote Gandhi. He knew very little of history, but he did know that the footwear selection in Soviet Russia was sparse. Though it initially sounded insane, capital Liz M's proposition ultimately rang true. And it finally gave Jaihu permission to express what, perhaps, he had held to be true, at least subconsciously, all along. His Rick Owens drag queen Nomex poncho with LED rope light edges and embedded fidget spinner was indeed part of his soul. His D-squared aluminum knee pads were part of his soul. He felt very strongly about this one. His super black Moncler X Dionysi Gore-Tex and sateen chest protector with bunny tail accessory was part of his soul too. Without capital Liz M, Jaihu was just an empty husk. It's bigger than just you, kid. Think about every advancement made in the name of profit. Would Courtney Graham Bell have invented the phone and given credit to her husband Alexander if she hadn't aimed to sell them? The U.S. government had no interest in the Wright sisters' flying contraption, the credit for which was later stolen by their devious male cousins. How would they have created the first airplane were it not for Standard Oil's sizable investment in their success? Don't you see, boy? Capital Liz M merely represents freedom, economic freedom. The freedom to associate with others where money is the medium of exchange rather than speech. It is impossible to reap all the benefits of a truly free system while censoring bad actors, bad money, and bad ideas, because the power to censor is always susceptible to capture. In a state of truly free speech, where one may speak one's mind, one must also be free to scream, insert N-word here, at the top of one's lungs, wherever one wishes, and at any time of day, as disagreeable as the rest of us might find such behavior. If one is not free to scream, insert N-word here, in an elderly person's face, is one truly free? In much the same way, if one is not free to exploit workers and paint them into a corner of low wages, high prices, and no hope of escape, then one cannot truly be said to have economic freedom. Make sense? The parallel was a little flimsy to Jaihu, but he really wanted to skip ahead to the Sensatopod's regularly scheduled Suckfest, so he nodded his head. Freedom means putting the good and bad together in the playpen and letting them tear out each other's throats. The winner is simply whoever gets the most upvotes. The loser goes back home, back to the drawing board, but gets another chance to honor us all with incredible profits, cash and prizes, and products and services that we do enjoy. Jaihu was no longer listening. I understand, Jaihu affirmed. In better bygone days, Mr. Cornunian, my customer pawns had a chance. They had a chance to earn an honest scratch-ticket living, to put food and energy drinks on the table. Some even got rich. If you could find a way to benefit society, you could probably get money for it. Most could afford to see a doctor or send their kids to a decade of college without breaking the bank. Okay, fine, they'd break the bank, but it could always be fixed later. Then came computers with his price-fixing, subsidies, regulations, rules. All well-intentioned programs with unforeseen negative consequences. Financial drag, corruption, inefficiency, food supply instability, poor product selection. It is clear now that the reality of government interference far outweighs the mega benefits. But computers will never change his tune. And that's why, Mr. Cornunian, I need you to go assassinate a cartel of children monopolists. Chapter 17. Killing illegal children for low prices. The next day, Jaihu woke up in the Sensatopod and checked his messages. Damn, still nothing from Kailisi. I wonder if she's thinking about me as much as I think about her. I know deep down she loves me, and once she's done being free, having her fun, she'll want to settle down with me and start a virtual time capsule family. I'll be the luckiest man in 2177, that's for sure. Footnote, chronofetishism, a predicament where people can't get off unless their partner is 80-some-odd years in the future or past. It is a common kink in the year 2177. Cross-temporal insemination was not necessarily difficult to achieve, although the children of the ages, as they were known to future historians, could end up being quite strange-looking amalgams of the past's more speciated races and the present future's indistinguishable mystery meat habilisk genotype, non-N-words genome on there, okay? Jaihu did have one message, though. A set of instructions from Bice on behalf of capital is M. Jaihu was to go to the Quirky Qwerty, a vintage email cafe, and speak with the owner, Jody. Once they were sure he was the real deal, Jody would provide him with the weapon in disguise he would need to perform his task. The Quirky Qwerty was a wholesome, old-fashioned place, perhaps a bit heavy-handed with the nostalgic kitsch. Red leather diner seats, okay. But the gaudy decor was necessary to get the point across to the average overstimulated IRL patron. There was none of that sensato rigmarole here, no siree. Just clean, vintage mega net. You're gonna love this net! Accessed via honest ThyssenKrupp SK Hynix brainstem interface jacks, the way they used to make them. These relics from the heyday of cybernetics were brutally rectangular ABS plastic monsters, shockingly beige, with bulky drives and slots here and there for all manner of outdated physical media. No comfort guards on the I.O. jacks, so one had to be extra careful when inserting to the cranial rectum. Sure, you might not be able to catch a killer buzz off a mean L20 Psytrance, but at least you could use these trustworthy old machines without dissociating, forming new personalities, and or becoming gay or straight, and also vividly hallucinating a 1,000-year Rocco's basilisk nightmare within the span of 3 seconds. BFRC, brainwave flattening retard crush. Jaihu moseyed into the cafe through louvered saloon doors. The inside was a garbled mess of conflicting period-set dressing. The floor was a black and white tile job, reminiscent of a 1950s malt shop, and along the back wall a row of frozen yoga-like dispensers had been done up movie set style to resemble ENIAC. The ceiling was trimmed with elaborate molding and medallions like a 5-star Parisian hotel. There was a full bar, minimalist and 2000s modern, like one might have seen at a popular Moscow nightclub, fully stocked with fluorescent synthol beverages, P-Gate adrenochrome, and rare alien fruit extracts. But the most jarring features, architecturally speaking, were the walls. Pure black carbon nanotube light-absorbing panels with bioluminescent slime glops plastered all over. A classic look from the orbital e-commerce bathhouses of the 2140s, if you recall that bygone era. It was like walking through a penthouse planetarium man cave designed collaboratively by Tim Cook's boyfriend and Jay Leno in the darkest depths of the ocean. The contact, Jadi, was the person or object presently tending bar. Xavi was an aracial Moroccan refugee dickless fozbeast with a gnarled, industrial-sized dreads, probably concealing some array of zip guns and surveillance antennae. And Xavi was dressed sharply in tinfoil dungarees, omnisex high heels, chainmail epaulets, and a blousy digital display V-neck that was currently cycling through pictures of Burmese comfort women. Xavi greeted Jaihu with a quiet smile. "You the Bice's man, yeah?" "Yes." Jaihu was staring impolitely at Xaver's tits, which were bound so tightly with Doc Johnson Japanese bondage rope that they looked like 4 giant overripe quadromelons about to explode. "Very cool, man, yeah. Cat, yeah, cat. I always be helping out computers and do me thing to be a good person. Understand? I have several them self-diagnosed learning disabilities, man." He blanked for a second. Jadi just said Xavi was helping computers, but Jaihu was sent here on a mission for capital is M. Bice must have been playing someone, and there was no way to tell who. Maybe he was playing both sides at once. After all, Necromancer Z had played Jaihu like a fiddle so many years ago on Tumblr. Who knew what this new, augmented version of Necro Z was capable of? His flat Korean face hid his intentions, and if there was a soul inside the half-Asian, half-roboid body, it was impossible to see through the slit eyes. Those were the days, my man! Old school, the mega net! You're gonna love this net! Brainstem interfaces be bussin' with the character and retro style, man! Yeah! Shabba! Ting ting! Jody must have been high-functioning because Gzv could see that Jaihu was getting bored with Gz's screed about the good old pre-Sensato 1.0 days. Right, man, listen this. About the mission. Here be the communique direct from Weissman himself. Printed with the special temporary ink. Very high-tech stuff. High-tech. Shabba! So only you and he ever be wise to the inside. Gzv handed Jaihu an envelope, slightly creased and stained. The holographic tamper-proof seal had obviously been broken, and the special temporary ink on the letter inside had faded almost completely. From the badass desk of Bice. Okay, bud, listen up. Our mutual friend has a problem. There's a group of children monopolists and copyright infringers operating out of District 32, Tube 4B, colloquially known as Shittown. These criminals have taken to calling themselves the Shittown Boys. And on top of violating multiple copyrights and patents, they are accused of operating an illegal monopoly, one which functions outside the bounds of logic, reason, and evidence. To make matters worse, they are actively torrenting both DC and Marvel video games and movies. And word on the street is that Disney and Lego are next on the menu. Being minors, they cannot be officially, legally held accountable for these crimes under current labor laws, and so they must be dealt with extrajudicially by you. Do not be fooled by their appearance, the facade of childlike innocence. This is a cartel of cold-blooded cutthroats whose activities threaten to send destabilizing shockwaves throughout our delicate economy, like ripples in a pond. Ripples that become an avalanche. This is known as the butterfly effect. Find a Wikipedia kiosk and ask Jimmy about the butterfly effect, not the movie, as well as chaos theory. You'll be shocked if you didn't already know. The rough idea is that a butterfly on one other side of the world can flap its wings and the stock market crashes back here because of the wind! These kids must be brought to justice before their actions indirectly trigger some type of cataclysmic event. Normally, market forces would be enough to break up a monopoly. You see, there's a financial incentive for one of the child bosses to undercut the price-fixing scheme and betray the monopoly. Additionally, the high profit margins of monopoly-controlled products and services that we do enjoy would have made outsider competition too tempting to resist. However, in this instance, the child monopolists, being children, have not yet fully embraced the concept of greed, and instead operate their monopoly with an unhealthy focus on sharing and group cooperation. This makes their potential to devastate the economy especially sick and twisted. The fact that they are bald Haitian children with hunger bellies, children with mastermind-level intellects and ruthless business acumen, only makes the situation trickier for us. If only their skin wasn't black as all hell, this would be so much easier to deal with. Just a shade or two lighter and my lawyers would have this knocked. But the baldness and blackness of these little black bastards, well, it's a negative publicity bomb just waiting to go off. And our bank account isn't just ground zero. It's also grounds 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You know, a patent or a copyright is, in a way, just a legally recognized monopoly. It's a piece of paper granting its holder exclusive rights to produce something we do enjoy, for a limited, or indefinite in some cases, time. Again, the fact that we're dealing with children here, or as we'd prefer at the company to refer to them, the agely inadequate, so it sounds less bad after you kill all of them. The letter went on in small print for about 15 or so more pages. It was packed with minutia and desperate rationalizing that made Jaihu brain-smoked, yet unable to truly disagree after thinking hard about it. There were 3 full pages dedicated to a chain of speculative assertions based on Adam Smith, and then about halfway through there was a full-page advertisement for some gold bullion investment service. At one point, Bice invoked John Galt, then admitted he'd never read the book, in the same sentence. The main message was clear, however. The children monopolists would have to be eliminated. Jody handed him a wooden bat with 6 or 7 nails driven through the head. It was a rather gruesome-looking cudgel, but Jaihu knew this weapon was chosen by one of the two AIs, so it must have been the best option. Although he still hadn't figured out which side Bice was playing for. It didn't quite matter with regard to the weapon because both puppet masters had equally impeccable predictive combat analysis, in the way that only a machine could. They must have had good reason for equipping him with this club, as opposed to a high-tech neural disabler or EMP strober. Perhaps the choice of weapon was meant to throw the authorities off the scent, were Jaihu to be caught. He had to admit it was pretty genius. If he failed the mission and was interrogated, and possibly tortured, who would believe that the most sophisticated thinking computer system ever devised hired Jaihu as a hitman and equipped him with a spiked bat that just said, "Insert N-word here, club," along the side in white nail polish? Computers, or perhaps capital M, would get exactly what they wanted. And if they didn't, they'd have their little neo-Nazi patsy there to take the fall. He thanked Jotty and left the Quirky QWERTY. As he stepped out onto the street, a nearby cesspit belched at him through the metal grating on the ground. The stink hit him like a ton of bricks, a smell that was thick, oppressive, and laden with a chemical harshness that burnt his nostrils like a tire fire. He didn't have time to let it bother him, though. Jaihu had children to kill. The targets were holed up in an impromptu black market delicatessen. On the way in, the adult counterman, Bodega Pete, kept his mouth shut, but his eyes told Jaihu all he needed to know. The floor was slightly sticky with dried sody pop and meat slime from sandwiches that fell, and nobody ever bothered to clean up. Jaihu palmed the spiked bat in his hand, testing the sharpness of the nails, as he strode toward the polished steel freezer door where he knew they'd be hiding. It said so in the rest of the letter, but had to cut that out due to Bowtie rambling. Bodega Pete looked from side to side, thinking of a way he could warn the kids, perhaps worried for his own life, perhaps looking for a gat. But he was too slow. Jai had the initiative here. When a short Mexican glides into your place on metal legs, draped in a black PVC trench coat, carrying the nigger club, it's one of those types of things that's like a psychological flashbang, like seeing your parents having sex. Bodega Pete may as well have started sucking his own thumb, for all the good he could do at this point. From his frozen perspective, this would be a slow-motion laserdisc show, the really old kind where you couldn't fast-forward or pause without starting the whole thing over. His only option now was to be horrified. Or maybe enjoy it. Footnote. That's how you do some shit like this, by the way. You just bust down the front door and get busy. You can get away with a lot if you go in headlong. Not just gang-style mass executions, but other stuff too. Like getting a better deal on a used car. A guy that's bigger and stronger than you is going to feel a whole lot more manageable if you blast him in the balls right off the rip with a boiled potato shot from a tennis ball machine. And furthermore, I'll tell you what. I like someone who's scrambling, sloppy, making mistakes, but trying to make cash now, versus someone who's sitting on their hands, rocking back and forth, waiting for the exact perfect right moment to make the most calculated and academically correct play. The first guy, I'd give him a job. The second guy, I'd probably just blast him in the balls with a boiled potato shot from a tennis ball machine. But that's just me. And I'm just a rich guy. So, probably don't listen to my advice. Jaihu entered the walk-in freezer and breached the inner sanctum of the Shit-Town Boys. It was deceptively immense, given the small profile of the deli in front. In fact, the interior was about as large as a full Doom level. It all clicked into place, making more sense than anything he'd ever thought in his life. The whole deli establishment was the perfect cover-up for an underground monopoly and copyright-infringing cartel. To maintain the illusion of legitimate business, this freezer complex was kept at an honest freezing temperature and packed with a wide variety of frozen meats. Looked legit, but Jaihu knew better. In the center of the cavernous freezer was a circle of 20 or so children, all huddled together for warmth, or so they'd want you to believe. They were sitting Indian style, sewing together soccer balls by hand. Soccer balls which bore a swoosh logo, which had been carefully tuned to look as close to the real Nike logo as possible. Jaihu could usually call out a forgery just based on smell, or even the vibes he got. But these balls were so good he really had to get up close and personal with the stitches to verify that a crime had taken place. The kids stopped and tried to conceal their wrongdoing, but Jai-Hu could see from the giant heap of raw soccer ball material, as well as the big wooden crates full of completed soccer balls, that this was a serious clandestine operation and not just some punks sewing fake merch for a laugh. Their gnarled fingertips and bloodied hands only confirmed the fact that they were guilty of grueling labor without a COA. Footnote, Certificate of Authenticity. During his walk over to District 32, 2 before B, colloquially known as Shit Town, Jai-Hu was doubting his ability to complete the mission, and indeed questioning his very conception of right and wrong. He was in the future, which tends to throw off your moral compass to begin with, and he was receiving marching orders from one of two totalitarian machines, he knew not which. With dubious, mysterious intentions and every reason to take advantage of him, orders which were filtered through and possibly altered by a revamped and supercharged version of his arch-nemesis from the past, who was now even more of an asshole. On the other hand, there didn't seem to be much of a prescription, social or legal, against the taking of human life in 2177. Footnote. Upon realizing that most humans were less complicated than a sufficiently advanced Excel spreadsheet, computers repealed all laws prohibiting murder. Deleting Excel spreadsheets accordingly became much more difficult. Additionally, fulfilling this task, whether it be for capitalism or computers, appeared to be the only non-dead end in the quest log he was using to keep track of his quests. Ultimately, although the children seemed less sinister than destitute, it could not be denied that they were making unauthorized bootleg versions of officially sanctioned soccer merchandise that we all do love and enjoy. The spiked bat got him through the first dozen or so before breaking at the handle. He had to use his cyber legs to squeeze the rest to death, like Xenia Onatop from GoldenEye. Footnote. Jai-Hu knew that anyone watching this would think it very bizarre at best, but he just didn't have the upper body strength to get it done any other way. The poor devils. Their little hunger bellies just couldn't handle the pure PSI of Jai's HKS-tuned shit kickers. In the end, popping like so many Jiffy Pop stovetop popping corn pans. Jai-Hu hoverboarded back to the upwardly mobile, culturally conscious neighborhood where the quirky QWERTY, along with several yarn sculpture boutiques, Victorian-era personality and printing salons, xenoflesh sorghum parlors, meditation gyms, fag huts, and raw honey vending machines, was located. Footnote, also a diaper fixation fortress, the local pedophile community organization center, a few toy and game stores for adults, was located. He felt pangs of guilt over what he had just done, but rationalized them away quickly enough. If he hadn't pulled the trigger, so to speak, the invisible hand of the free market would have found someone else to do it, and cheaper and more efficiently. Granted, he probably could have held back a little bit. Gouging out the eyes of the ones who were still breathing but very obviously going to die anyway might have been a bit much. But those meddling kids were disrupting the market, doing irrevocable damage to the price system in the process. Transgressions which perhaps could have been overlooked after a light beating or whipping. But once Jai-Hu had learned the truth, that they were doing wanton and grievous trademark injury to Nike, as well as abusing the public's trust with balls that functioned and looked fine but weren't backed by the company's golden aegis of hypnicity, well, you know what happened next. So yeah, of course a guy is going to feel a little off after violence like that. But you know what they say, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Those counterfeiting kids got served up a slice of humble pie and ate it while laying in the bed they themselves made. If they didn't want to get death arrested, then they shouldn't have committed death crime in the first place. I guess it could all be summed up pretty easy. Karma's a bitch. These thoughts and many more zipped around inside Jai-Hu's head like little hyperactive bunny rabbits on rollerblades for a grand total of 45 seconds before he was completely back to normal. Why was he so swiftly able to bounce back from the atrocity? Because there was a really catchy song playing on the 24/7 Voice to Skull Gym Music Radio Network. Tonight's the night we're gonna fight for daylight. Outside the quirky QWERTY, the heavy chemical stench of street goo and ultra-toxins was masked by the unmistakable smell of death. For a moment, Jai-Hu thought he was hallucinating. He knew he had done the right thing by safely and ethically euthanizing those bald, Haitian child monopolists. But perhaps his subconscious had decided to bust his balls anyway with some sort of Edgar Allan Poe olfactory guilt trip. But no, the scent of ruination was all too real. Death was heavy in the air, invading his nostrils, and its source was inside the cafe. He pushed through the saloon doors and saw more or less the scene of carnage he had expected. The white tiles on the floor were smeared pink and red with the blood of now mostly deceased patrons. And the red tiles were even more red. And the black tiles, forget about it. Branded electronics and high-tech devices of all sorts lay strewn about, flashing and bleeping in various states of being smashed, with lithium batteries smoking and sparking. While Jaihu could not understand this language, many of the devices were crying out in pain. It's too bad in the future they still hadn't learned how dangerous lithium batteries could be, and now they were paying the price. Somewhere among the mess of bodies, overturned chairs, glitching holograms, and broken early 22nd century bric-a-brac and computer memorabilia, a weak voice called out to him. "Jaihu, man!" It was Jody, moaning from behind the bar. The formerly regal-looking island refugee chic, a-racial beast boy was now laying on the floor, covered in broken glass, with the light rapidly fading from zzzz, Eye-Fairy Futa Hanabi oversized anime contact lens-adorned eyes. "Breathe, Jaihu! Look what bad man done to I and I! Seen?" Jaihu squatted down Asian style to better hear breathless words. Jody hacked a loud, sputtering, bloody cough into his ear before continuing. Immaterial to the story, but still worthy of note, it was at this moment that Jaihu contracted a rare and incurable blood-borne disease from his Santeria practicing friend, specifically from the ear cough. Too bad they weren't wearing masks. Footnote, it will, of course, sadden the millions of Jaihu's unbelievable tales novel readers to learn that the hero they'd grown to love and admire over the past several hundred pages of reading and hours of audiobook listening was terminally ill, and would pass from this mortal coil within a matter of weeks. It should be of some consolation, however, that the story brings itself to a conclusion well before that point, so out of sight, out of mind. I'll spoil the ending for you here, but I forgot what it was, since it was some insane thing I wrote after binging on Cliff Bars and chain-smoking $13 cigars, which I do every night. Okay, I looked it up. The ending. Jaihu reunites with his Dampier clan, rescues Khaleesi from a time warp. You should stop reading if you don't want the whole rest of the book to be ruined. Okay, fine, you asked for it. Continues going on missions for the two AIs until finally earning the trust of the Master of the World. The Master of the World is a guy named Scott Israel who used to work at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and he became the Master of the World by killing them and taking their money. He has absolutely no interest in politics, world affairs, etc., and is completely disinterested in the outcome of anything about what's going on. Nevertheless, he grants Jaihu one wish. Jaihu's wish is to become a beacon of hope for all mankind. The Master of the World grants this wish by having Officer, aka Savior, deputize Jaihu into the Hero's Corps as a mythical rank Enforcer. The book ends with Jaihu walking off into the sunset alongside Khaleesi, Savior, Chips, and the two AIs who are now less powerful after choosing to become mortal, like Arwen from Lord of the Rings, all on their way to meet with Dr. Anthony Fauci to discuss the rebuilding of Earth according to scientific and logical principles. Whoopsie doodles. Fucking great. I just popped a zit under my arm and felt it explode inwardly. Guess that's my punishment for ruining the ending of the book. If you want to not know how the book ends and not have it spoiled, unlisten to all that. Press spacebar now to go backward and unlisten to that. Edit that out of your memory to unlisten to it and not be spoiled with the book ending. And he dies at the end. Continued. It be capital is M, young blood. This was his doing. I and I run the mom and pop shop, you know. And this is what the Babylon demon capitalism does when you no longer fit the bottom line. It be the exploitation of... Xvi took a break to light a spliff. Labor. Buzz it! Are you sure? Are you sure that this was true? Jaihu was confused. Are you sure? I mean, are you sure that this was true free market capitalism that did this to you? Sounds an awful lot like crony capitalism, which is way different, he pressed. Jotty coughed once more. It don't matter either way. Listen this. Did capitalism ever tell you the true meaning of the name? The Babylon power speak in codes and riddles, man. And that capitalism is a regular Rumpelstiltskin. The acronym it mean coerce all poor into a listless, isolated Sisyphean. Gzvi cleared a big wad of T-cell-free phlegm from Gzvi's pharynx, then took a few slow, shallow breaths from his ganja skunk ventilator before continuing. Mundanity! Don't trust that man, Jaihu. You can't be trusted nobody. Except, don't trust nobody except, for the... Gzvi's words trailed off, and his eyes unfocused out into infinity. Then, with one final, quiet, dank breath, Jotty's spirit went home to Gzv's pride of lions in the sky, to Tama Ray, where he would rest forever alongside. King H.I.M. Emperor Haile Selassie, Raz Simone, Pumbaa from the Lion King, Kush, Mizraim, Phut, Canaan, T'Challa from the Black Panther film Eniology, Obadiah Israel, real name unknown, aliases Ron Davis 360, Joanne Deborah Byron, aliases Assata Shakur, Jefferson Ronald Miller, aliases Nelson Rohiolala Mandela, Nelson Ronald McDonald Mandela Effect, Nelman, Nelward Roly-Poly Mandingo, Unga Bunga, Nelson Ronald McDonald Ubuntu Rwanda, Nobunaga, McDonald, Old McDonald Dude, you're getting Adela, Leonard Percival Howell, aliases The Gong, Gigi Morang, The First Rasta, Adonis Gaud, aliases Alazar Banloya, Hebrew Gorilla, Alprentice Bunchy Carter, Ronald McKinley Everett, aliases Maulana Nizbalaganya Karenga, Michael Jackson, the rest of the Jackson family, Dale Selby, and Pierre William Andrews, all waiting for him in heaven. Rest in peace, Jotty. Rest in peace. On the other side of the counter, the cafe's CompuPhone screen blinked with a message notification. Footnote: unfortunately, this part is an embellishment for dramatic effect. In real life, the person who inspired the Jotty character passed away much more violently and slowly, and thereafter immediately went to the Christian hell, not the Rastafarian heaven. To make matters worse, several million years later, a bored superintelligence resurrected Gzfim, along with everyone else, using quantum anthropology, and forced Gzfim to compete in a series of sick, The Running Man-esque games. Chapter 18. Now loading. Sun 1. The message was to Jaihu, from Sun1 at well.com. The sender claimed to be Chips. Red-hot wives fucked silly by loving husbands in marriage. Pious virgins get scorching holes filled with lasting partnerships. Unbelievable missionary position action, giving life. Freaky, kinked up everlasting bonds. Click here to increase your spiritual girth. This is your last chance to be saved. Click now! And so on, with multiple references to the size of certain organs and weird tricks, and implausible claims that were enticing but offered little in the way of actual proof. Lots of mention of girth, circumference, diameter, thickness, bulk, heft, radiuses, pi, things along these lines. At the end was an address, mormongloryhole.onion. He didn't know what to make of the email. Chips was a cryptic roboid who spoke in riddles, but so far he'd been the only entity in the future, human or robo-based, to have not stabbed him in the back with a jet injector full of GHB vape juice. Jaihu looked around at the bloodshed and chaos in the cafe. He beheld Jotty's brown body, previously so full of life, Now just a cautionary tale like so many refugee kin before him. Ultimately, the only way to escape this paralyzing indecision and advance the main quest line was to jack into the meganet, "You're gonna love this net!" and click Chips' onion link. And so he did. Jaihu still hadn't gotten used to the disorienting rush of mind uploading. It is understood that the mind uploading operation is, in actuality, more of a cloning process. The meganet, "You're gonna love this net!" forms a digital facsimile of one's conscience, then erases all traces of the original neuronal connections in your physical brain, technically destroying whatever concept of you existed beforehand and turning your real-world self into a drooling vegetable. Footnote, this minor point was actually of major importance regarding the loop-de-loops and barrel rolls of the labyrinthine meganet, "You're gonna love this net!" privacy policy as they pertain to the legal vital status of users. It was easier to sell your info if they killed you just a little bit first. Then, when it's time to log off, this facsimile, that is, your cyberspace consciousness/awareness, is downloaded back into your corporeal bod, after first having been translated from code into a set of wetware chemical signatures and electrical impulses. Through the miracle of science, specifically the Lex Friedman equation, this set of signatures and impulses so closely resembles your original starting personality that neither you nor anyone else notices that you are now a fundamentally divergent entity, like some sort of Twilight Zone alternate dimension evil golem soulless Frankenstein person thing that gets off on fucking your girlfriend without your permission. Or it's possible that people do notice, but the difference is not so jarring that they'd risk being rude by calling attention to it. Footnote, notable exceptions to this rule include Skullfucking Handsy O'Toole, the former capo of the prominent Irish zoosexual advocacy mafia, the Fightin' Furries, and Chew Meow Meow, hype kid of the greater Los Santanas Vegas area fashion medicine. Handsy O'Toole was a regular on the Meganet until one day he tried to skip an advertisement by pulling out too fast. The resulting neuroglitch rewrote his personality into that of a compassionate minister who dedicated the rest of his life to Jesus Christ. He also now, thanks to the botched transition, had a speech impediment. Chew Meow Meow, on the other hand, refused to log off during a lightning storm and got zapped hard right where it hurts, in the superego. He subsequently felt compelled to donate his obsessively curated hype collection to charity and retreat into the woods, where he spent the rest of his days living a primitive but oddly fulfilling life of eating tree bark and not masturbating. It is believed that cases like this, fractured identities due to meganet glitches, are in general underreported. Other types of major externalities, e.g. descents into debauched consumerism, insane violence, wig-flipping, shit-losing, going completely bonkers off the rails and becoming a psycho, being a fucked-up freak with lots of problems, legally changing your name to Cinnamon Cock, are likely far more common than the aforementioned rare cases, but much harder to detect in modern society due to their resemblance to normal behavior. Supposedly, once this process makes a complete loop, your Meganet digital doppelganger is destroyed, making it impossible for the Meganet to forge 1 million carbon copies of your soul and then pit them against one another in a procedurally generated sandbox battle royale, where the rules of the game were simple. Players, copies of you, go up against other players, also copies of you, using either deadly assassination or sexy seduction until there was only one left. But if this were true, what other explanation could there be for the popularity of Meganet's Roblox Fortnite hybrid, Clone Clash King of the Hill fucking fight, brought to you by Xerox? Jaihu had no evidence to build any type of case on, one way or the other, beyond the assurances made by the Bandai Namco Meganet, "You're gonna love this net!" terms of service, which he only skimmed. Additionally, he didn't care. And so jack in he did. Real reality collapsed in on itself like the Israeli-funded controlled demolition of the Twin Towers, and fake reality materialized around him from thin air like the infinity gorillion of insurance money paid out to Larry Silver Gold Platinumstein. Eventually the voxels, which is a fancy word meaning gay pixels, settled down and he felt more or less like himself, or at the very least like a high-fidelity, realistic emulation of the popular Meganet Premium Unlockable Avatar Bandai Namco presents Yourself, TM, and quite frankly, he just didn't have the time to bugger around with technicalities or philosophical pedantry. Footnote, well, he actually did have the time. He just didn't have enough premium unlockable in-game currency left after getting the rivet gun. Interact! If you're just a collection of band names and brand names, things you like, foods you think taste good, and lists of what to buy next, an emotionally overstimulated nerve nub puppet butt boy, easily triggered by level 1 starter pack psyops, with no real connection to anything or anyone that's not on Steam or Discord, past, present, or future, then who are you? Answer, you're nobody! Footnote. This means that there is technically no you for Bandai Namco to exploit and or screw up while reassembling. So congrats, you're ahead of your time! In his previous existence, in the past, Jaihu had been a preening dandy boy, grossly preoccupied with fashion and status, and generally spending his wanking hours, no typo intended, building customized additions to the temple of himself. Now, in just these few short weeks, he'd lost his legs, lost his drifting pride, destroyed his Hachiroki, and become accustomed to eating debris and filth off the street. Perhaps worst of all, he'd been betrayed by both Kailisi and subsequently by his own heart, because it still loved her. After all this hardship, he had not been destroyed. Rather, in many ways, he was being rebuilt into something better. Thanks to the HKS Kansai mechanical legs and the industrial-grade biohazard incinerating antibiotic nanomachines in his digestive tract, he could now run fast as hell and gulp down whole pieces of human shit, no problem. When it came to fighting ability, sure, he was no martial arts master, but at least now he could defend himself against a large group of children, armed only with a spiked bat and his squeezing thighs. He came out on top on that one, just as he had when the machine goddess dosed him and threatened to make mincemeat of his jumbly bits. This was all thanks to his new mental traveling companion. It was a companion in a good way, a silent friend, not like a voice telling you to get skinnier than Eugenia Cooney. Okay? This friend followed Jaihu everywhere, always looking over his shoulder for him and keeping his eye, the left one, as the right was now fully blind, on the ball. The friend's name, that he learned off Twitter, was Anti-Fragility. Though it had many aliases, maybe you've heard of them. Determination, perseverance, composure, grit, imperturbability, thick skin, metal, etc., etc. Whatever it was called, it was something Jaihu could never have conceived of as existing before being forced by necessity to adopt it as his new mantra. At last he had a real mission, and so he prestiged from boy without a mission to man on a mission. This didn't unlock any achievements, but instead a character creation menu, where he was forced to re-examine his past self in a realistic and embarrassing light, to decide which perks to keep, those that further the mission, and which stats to stop dumping points into, those that do not further the mission. There would always be little OCD gremlins in his noggin, tugging this way and that, trying to ruin his build and make him skinny and hot like Eugenia Cooney. But now they had to hold their tongues and take a back seat to the mission. He was finally on his way to becoming an effective person, instead of a useless time waster bullshitting faggot. Footnote, don't worry, you could never be like this. It's just fiction. You're listening to fiction that does not affect you. Chips's onion link took Jaihu to a Mormon marriage sex club, just as the ad claimed it would. The antechamber was tastefully appointed for an adult entertainment business, with comfy burgundy couches, upholstered with some sort of semen-resistant tufted vinyl that was nevertheless very luxurious, almost like MB-Tex, and a dense, low-pile carpet like you'd find in the high-stakes room of a casino, covered with a tiled Masonic pattern. There were thick red velvet curtains all around, with synthetic hands reaching out at regular intervals, offering wedding rings and condoms to whoever regularly patronized this place, though it was currently empty. Interestingly, the condoms had holes poked through the tips and were coated with Yesoxyl-1 spermogenic lube, pretty much ensuring that any coital act would generate a healthy and normal baby. This place was freaky beyond belief. Jaihu saw no attendants of any sort, no virtual humanoid avatar attendants, V-Hitlers, or robos. Rather, the brothel was equipped only with OLED screen kiosks listing the various fetishes one could partake in. They were all geared towards a different type of audience, outlandish and deviant like nothing Jaihu had ever seen. Horny, creating life. Sexy, fruitful seed. Sloppy, BBW wife, loving until death. Sickness and health, bondage. Shameless, building of families. And so on and so on. A smorgasbord of twisted delights that probably only gave serious sickos boners and made Jaihu more confused than anything else. He scraped the caking of boog out from the rim of his nose and thought about the novel menu. Maybe he would have been able to get a chubbers over this if he was really desperate, but right now his sex drive was on lockdown because of the Curacell implant. Footnote, a medical device about the size of a Motorola pager which releases a slow but steady stream of Paxil prodrugs. Jaihu has had one buried inside somewhere near his appendix ever since he was a depressed toddler. Then, over in the corner, he noticed, just barely perceptible, a corrupt memory space? The mere existence of such an artifact was interesting, to say the least. In his own time, computer hardware was fallible enough to excuse a RAM hole like this. But in 2177, everything he'd seen so far suggested that old-school memory bus leaks had been patched up and were relics of a bygone age. He stared at the enigma for a solid minute. It couldn't have been his imagination. A pool of garbled static and digital artifacts pulsated in the corner, ebbing and flowing in what seemed to be a Dysonian deGrasse Tyson pattern, a cross between a JPEG and a migraine, the type that you get from watching middle brains deify globe-head pseudoscientists. It wasn't flickering in and out of existence or jumping all around the room like corrupted memory would have done. Something about this glitch looked intentional. Jaihu walked over to investigate. It was a portal, as evidenced by its blue and orange color. Chips hadn't brought him here for nothing after all. Never one to keep fate waiting, he jumped on in. Gravity gun cocked and ready to rock. He didn't know it, but he was now neck-deep in the raw dog data stream of the MegaNet. You're gonna love this nut! Exposing him to unfiltered and unencrypted neuro-DLLs from any and every WebSocket his consciousness collided with. Echoes of dead social media accounts left to rot in the crevices of the global pause network crossed and mingled with his delicate baby mind. Footnote, this method of travel was unorthodox and strangely effective if executed by a competent content creator, but was generally discouraged by the brands that we do enjoy because of its empathy-inducing side effects. Empathy, as any good social thinkfluencer and media marketer whiz kid knows, dilutes a user's demographic, making them less susceptible to targeted AdWords, specifically those designed to maximize outrage clicks and fear purchases. Jaihu flew through the cyberspace avatar minefield at warp speed, momentarily taking on the characteristics of every profile he smashed into. Again and again he enmeshed with the ghosts of obsolete online presences, countless layers of antisocial personalities, selfie freaks, forced femme uploaders, and armchair experts of every variety and specialization, including pickup artists who literally never once got a piece of pussy. One moment he was a teenage cutter girl with a shaved head and wildly flashing broken eyes, posting, "I fucking hate myself," and "I just want to die," while eating Oreos at her boyfriend's house. The next, he was a dropout TuneCloud art rapist with long greasy hair and a micro-fashion label, working on a big plan to score a collab with an elusive but mega-talented schizophrenic beatboxer. After that, an angsty Henry Rollins-type bedroom punk cross-dressing blue light lurker with a vintage CD collection who had recently been hospitalized for an eating disorder and would continue wearing the hospital bracelet for over a year. Suddenly, with a loud buzz and a series of fax machine chirps, Jaihu's flight came to a halt. He was hovering on a cloud of hate comments, in front of none other than Chips. Footnote, only hateful comments are dense enough for MegaNet, "You're gonna love this nut!" users to hover on. Positive and supportive comments are gaseous and insubstantial, even in massive quantities. "Yeah, howdy, partner. It's your old buddy Chips, the one and only. I bet you're wondering what's going on right now. All mixed up like a cowpoke that's been riding backwards on top of polecat. What's going on? Why am I euthanizing this here group of 20-some-odd African-American chitlins?
Then next thing you know, you're moseying into a massacre at the Quirky Quirty. Shit, I reckon it's enough to send anybody's moral compass spiraling till you spit. Son, you got Mississippi moss growing on the wrong side of your stump. Hell, did you ever notice your belt buckles hanging on your rear right where my pappy the good Lord split you? Either way, you got it all backwards, Wrangler, or you're aiming to start shitting from your penis. What in Sam Hill are you thinking on that holler top of yours? Jimmy, you can bet your best heifer I seen you lusting after them oriental sex-mabots in their sick-sensido fantasies. And there's only one word I can think of that there drifting of yours, and that's wrathful. Now take a look at them city slicker duds you got on. Envy and pride like the day is long on a hot June harvest. Want to talk about sloth? Well, slow down, Skeeter. Need the operator to patch me in with old man McGillicuddy so we can roll out his plow cart if we're fixing to sift through all the seeds of sin you've sowed. Though if I had my druthers, I'd have the old bastard skip the hogwash and just bring some mason jars of moonshine. Worst of all, Possum, you done committed the worst crime there is. Really rubbing my poppy the wrong way. When you killed those little African hunger belly babies and all. Now, I don't care what your reasoning was. A killing's a killing. Right now, your karma levels are tipping south of the Mason-Dixon. But don't worry, youngin'. All will be forgiven. That's just how I roll. And all you gotta do first is promise me you're real sorry, and you ain't to never do it again.
This robot must have blown a gasket or two. Jaihu wondered what was with the lecture, and how deep the commitment to the hokey persona really went. Was it possible there was more to it here than simple circuitry and silicon? Was there more than meets the eye? Just who was Chips, really? Then, as though his Chips were reading his mind, the answers to his questions came, like a cleansing wind. I am Jesus Christ, Jaihu. I suppose if you prefer steampunk, my son, you may call me
Professor Jessington von Christipants III!
Though you'd run the risk of being struck down by lightning almost immediately. Perhaps you've heard of me in one of your Islamic studies classes, or from a sensitivity training seminar. Jesus Christo! Jaihu trailed off. Yes, I am real. It's time you met my father. Chapter 19. The original GKD. That's right, bud. It's the big cheese himself. He hasn't made an appearance in a while, so this is quite the opportunity, assuming you're into this sort of thing. I mean, wow, this really is a once-in-a-lifetime deal, Jaihu replied. Yeah, it's pretty neat. He is the Pan creator, also known as the Gook Kike Dyke. Christian, immortal, consecrated, eternal, deluxe Yahweh Kang entity, the Godhead overseer of kingdoms. He'll explain to you everything you need to know, cover all the bases. Just head on through the pearly gates. Two stunningly gorgeous Asian 4D pleasure droids came forward from the inside of the hate comment clouds and took Jaihu by the hands. Freed from the limits of corporeality, the concubots were more anime than human. Giant soft flesh mounds in all places ensnared Jaihu's attention at the slightest provocation, in an extremely horny way. Though he could also immediately tell that they had the souls of AMP rub-and-tug mamasans, for when they hovered effortlessly across the cloud surface, it made the familiar sound of flip-flops on cold tile. Clear windows set in their abdomens showed pulsating cross-sections of plushy, sensual uteri, allowing the user to watch the ejection of his juices in real time under full RGB LED lighting. 120mm Noctua Stay Quiet fans kept the overclocked synthetic ovaries cool no matter how long a session lasted, and Arctic Silver 8 NNF Sex Wax provided the perfect slick coating for high-powered bang'em time. Impressive. A set of gilded gates opened and he was ushered through, his gold pass enabling him to skip the typically mandatory MegaNet promos and quick surveys. Upon closer inspection, the gates were merely yellow anodized aluminum and not real gold, but still very cool, especially with the long cheetah print carpet and pink strobe lights. Heaven in general had the aesthetic of an Inija meetup, which didn't surprise Jaihu at all because he was a big fan and always suspected something was up with those guys. He stepped into the thick 70-30 PG-VG clouds, and his vision became obscured by a blur of shadow-banned discuss usernames. But the plastic Asian hands led him onward, and for whatever reason he felt an overwhelming trust and inner peace. Finally, he emerged on the other side and stood face to face with Joe Rogan. Jaihu's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. But in a strange way, it sort of made sense that Rogan was the mastermind behind this fucked-up existence. He tried to think of something poignant to say, but Rogan shushed him with a stubby finger before he could get a word out. Joe Rogan then dropped his kettlebell with a metallic thunk and launched into an obviously rehearsed spiel, all while totally not acknowledging Jaihu as a person and performing for an audience or a camera which could either not be seen or did not exist.
What's up, freak bitches?
Cannabis? The world is in turmoil, and the events that
smokes
conspired
weed
to place
before
you here
kicking
all
ass.
happened for a reason.
I don't know.
Or maybe it's all one big cosmic accident.
Brock Lesnar?
Like a joke.
Brock Lesnar.
That's the fucked up part.
Huge,
Really,
dude.
no one has a
Dominic
clue.
Cruz.
Sick beast, dude.
He's huge.
Muscles.
He's fucking huge.
It's all just theater,
A
man.
monster.
There's no other way to
Kid is
describe
good.
it. It's
Kid
all
is
so
good.
nonsensical,
Beast.
ridiculous, and chaotic.
He's savage.
We're all bacteria.
Right on the
Mean
butt.
Have you ever
motherfucker.
seen Diego Alvarez fire
Right
that
on the
nasty
butt.
cross kick he uses?
That's a neck
He's
kick.
one bad
He is
motherfucker,
a
I'll tell you
bad
what. That's a neck
motherfucker.
That's
Kick,
originally
right?
a
Kicked his ass,
Taekwondo
and
move.
he was
Kick
high
from the neck.
on
Ever take
weed?
magic mushrooms and wonder about the intergalactic
Think about
wallpaper?
BJJ.
Ever see the fractal
That's a neck
paisley?
kick.
Freaky, right?
BJJ?
Peruvian shamans
He's
had
all
this
that
stuff
in the
figured
neck.
out.
He's a
man.
Gracie
They knew
Black
we're all just stone monkeys on an organic spaceship
Lesnar
flying through
took
the
him out with a
universe
neck
at a
kick.
trillion miles per hour. It's
Jiu-jitsu.
fucking crazy.
Gracie.
I realized this when I was doing BJJ.
Tim Gracie.
Harmful plastics
Beavis
and
Gracie.
chemicals pollute the
Gracie.
air. Global warming has
Orenthal
reached an all-time
Gracie.
high with
Imagine
iceberg
a
coverage
silverback
72%.
jiu-jitsu.
Humans are a virus. We're just bacteria, man. Nothing more. Take mushrooms. We're the next stage in evolution.
Imagine if a bigger
AI
guy
proved to be
raped
more
you.
destruction
Imagine
upon
getting raped
destruction
by a
because we're
gorilla.
programmed to have more human drive. We
Imagine
fucked
a
up the
silverback
planet,
just
man.
kicking
Don't be
your
a
nuts.
douche.
Imagine a
The
gorilla
only way to
raping
fix it is
you.
to honor
Niggas
Mother
don't
Gaia,
give a
smoke
fuck.
DMT, and
All
take
you
alpha
do is
brain.
a strong
Imagine a
guy.
silverback
Dude.
smoking weed and legalize
taking mushrooms and
it.
then
Peace,
kicking your
freak
neck.
bitches. Interact! Go for a long bike ride on a hot day while wearing a jockstrap. Then wrap the jockstrap around your face and inhale. Congratulations! Now you're smelling what Joe Rogan smells most of the time. Interact! Buy a pair of black military dress boots. Then kneel down and shine them with your tongue. Look at a picture of Jacko Willings and salute it while saying, he's a badass motherfucker. Now you feel how Joe Rogan feels most of the time. Then Joe Rogan looked furtively over his shoulder and blinked out of existence. A minute later, Chips, Jesus Christ, came barging through the clouds. That fucking guy, man. He knows he's not supposed to be doing that. Jaihu. Joe Rogan is not my father. After Rogan was de-resed in a debate with Richard Dawkins, he became a glitch in the system, and now you can't really go anywhere without buying Dollar Shave Club or a So Right hip massager. Let me guess. Joe Rogan did not explicitly inform you or even provide any context, suggesting that he is not in fact God, did he? Jaihu looked confused. No, I mean, yeah, he didn't really explain that he's not God. Chips looked extra pissed off. Then there was a shout, like none Jaihu had ever heard before. A thundering gorilla scream that was so distant and muffled, it was like a volcano 1,000 miles away. At the same time, it was as clear and forceful as it would have been if there was a Shure SM7B plugged directly into his ear. The last alpha yawp of a censured salesman, and Nobrigo de Puerto Chorizo Machismo Carlos de Silvio black belt. I have 4 of them! I have 1 here, and I have 3 at home! Have you used it? Have you used the iron neck? We'll go do it right now! Come on, I'll take you and show you! It's real easy to use, and it's the best exercise ever! And it's the safest for strengthening your neck! The beautiful thing about the iron neck is it strengthens your neck without having to bend it in a weird way. You keep your neck totally straight, so your posture is straight like this, and you have the halo that goes on your head, so as you back up,
You're never doing weird shit like this, which puts additional pressure on your discs!
The disembodied voice was a lifetime's worth of hyperspace warp travel away, and yet somehow Jaihu and Chips could still feel the quantum wave disruption of Joe Rogan nodding his head violently back and forth to demonstrate the weird shit that you shouldn't do with your neck. Okay, that's fucking great. Jesus paused to think. Well, when you get back, just make sure you don't have any unauthorized debits on your Dow Express card, okay? My father decided to punish Rogan by making him 4'7" in the afterlife, which is 1 inch shorter than regular life, but somehow it only made him more persistent and alpha homo violent. He gives everyone the same rant. It's a condensed version of the talking points he used to hit on his podcast. I think at this point he's not even interested in what he's saying. It's just some sort of OCD tick that he does. Anywho, Asians, take the boy to see God now. If Joe pops up again, hose him down with MMA fighter sweat. That'll keep him distracted for a few hours. The velvety anime Asian fuck toys took Jaihu by the hands again. Oh, and Jaihu, the big guy's a bit off, if you know what I mean. Please just be polite and give him the benefit of the doubt. As Jaihu stepped into the vapor, Chips's voice was drowned out by a rush of white noise, cool green digital kanji, and Envato hacker GUI overlays. There was then an enveloping field of light, as if he'd been brought to the center of the brightest quasar. He felt as small as one atom, then a little smaller. Then he felt as though he'd instantaneously expanded outward to fill the entire universe. Jaihu's senses were either so numbed or so overwhelmed that he was unsure of his own existence. Claws of horrible power and immeasurable heat tore him to shreds from the inside out. Surrounded by infinity-blinding rays of star goo, he was smothered by awe and hesitation, the feeling of simultaneously losing and finding many wallets and sets of keys at once. Footnote regarding star goo: scientists in the future have learned that what we believe to be light is in fact a dimensionally transient gel matrix, a slippery goo which typically forms a pattern not unlike Purple's smart comfort grid. This may explain why their mattresses are so comfortable and cool sleeping. By the way, have you tried the Iron Neck? Our perception of color has nothing to do with some silly, antiquated notion of wavelengths and everything to do with the slipperiness of the different types of dimensionally transient gels that the extra-dimensional aliens are using to fuck with our heads. The slipperier the goo, the faster the light moves, quote-unquote, and so the goo spectrum can be separated into yellow goo, red goo, blue goo, and so on. Mixing them together, of course, creates white goo, and what we perceive to be black goo is actually the total absence of goo. Lasers are actually devices that propel super-hot strands of goo at a speed of goo speeds, and then the reason why radiation from the sun or a light bulb feels quote-unquote hot is because inside the goo that they shoot out, there are little microscopic men, or goo guys, who rub your skin with Indian burns depending on how agitated they are when they finally reach you. Jaihu glanced around, dumbfounded, and began to feel his identity simultaneously dissolve and explode in what is known as a displosion. An ageless hand plumbed through his mortal mind, a hand that was ferreting around and pinch-digging as though for the final peanut M&M, and it couldn't just tilt or rip the bag for fear of dropping the candy on the floor. The hand found what it was looking for, and Jaihu split apart in a million directions, like a bowling ball that was the star of a hydraulic press video. He immediately became a Venn diagram of a stupid yin and yang kaleidoscope in one of those neat, multicolored Alex Gray doodles. Loading divinity.exe. Please wait. Jaihu was no longer a single mind, but all minds. Ideas revealed themselves to him, profound ideas which were previously shrouded in an ancient dark fog. Ideas which he'd only heard whispers of in Arcane Lore 101 with Maury Ben Grossman. Ideas such as how to make your bed, how to open a non-screw-top bottle. Did you know you can remove the tag from the back of your shirt so your neck doesn't itch? You should not carry around a gas station knife or eat the gas station food. How to take a dab at the correct temperature so it doesn't make you cough for 10 minutes straight. Did you know energy drinks aren't enough to stay hydrated? They actually make skateboards you can stand on and ride, not just fingerboards. How to crack an egg, how to boil tea and pasta. How to cook ramen any other way than microwaving it. What is non-cancelable high-interest rate lifetime debt? You can use money for stuff other than clothes and gas station food, knives, and sunglasses. You can't leave open milk jugs of urine in your room. You should brush your teeth. And many more ideas came to him at that moment. In an instant, the Gook Kike Dyke made the boundless continuum of knowledge unfold before Jaihu like 10 hours of origami ASMR. It was though everything had always been known and made total sense, though it made no sense at all, which made the knowledge even cooler and harder to get. He felt like one of the cool guys on campus, skinny, scowling, smoking herbal cigarettes, and wearing black Ventimals, camelback satin coach jackets, and Helmut Lang Dyneema Ripstop Resistance Band Lederhosen, sitting by the Julius and Ethel Rosenberg Bill Gates Vaccine Dedication Memorial 5G gazebo and conspicuously holding books to show off their fancy ability to read. Jaihu perceived a voice, more direct than the clearest voice-to-skull transmission, and in that moment it did not matter whether it was his own voice, God's, or anyone else's, because from the divine perspective, all voices were fragments, reflections, echoes of the original voice. We, you, it spoke and heard thrisely. The second law of thermodynamics states that the total entropy of a system cannot decrease, or something, right? Applying this principle to mankind, it follows that humans act progressively more chaotic as history continues, or something, right? Ultimately leading to an event horizon that will trigger an inescapable paradox of endless suffering, or samsara Mobius strip, a Samo strip, a Smamo strip, or something, right? That will continue until all sentient life has been expunged, or something, right? All beings were born to die according to me, or something, right? Or something, right? However, the second law of thermodynamics allows a system totally isolated from others to maintain a constant entropy, or something, right? To delay this event horizon of infinite entropy, the mind created myth, or something, right? All reality is framed by myth, the stories and narratives which shape reality, or something, right? Myth is low resolution and reality is high resolution. And reality degrades where myth does not degrade. And reality gives rise to myth, but myth can bend and direct reality, or something, right? The greatest myth of all is that of which, or something, right? You are both proctor and end result. I'm writing a movie about my life, and the star is me, or something, right? The ultimate purpose of myth is to ensure the dispersal, equalization of entropy between all living beings in such a way as to create a God state, an impulsive point capable of reversing the entropy of the universe, or something, right? An empire of mortals looking to the city on the hill, to the city of divine myth, to attain the God state. That empire is your dimension, and I am the overmind of the divine heaven city, or something, right? As long as the prophesied chain of events continues undisrupted, the empire will return the entropy of the universe to a nominal point. A God state capable of sustaining both mortal and immortal life indefinitely, without duplicity or antithesis, or something, right?
How about I cyberbully you to hell, nigga?
God screamed this and sprayed rancid spit everywhere in doing so. It smelled like booze and tonsil stones. Jaihu was dumbfounded, but thankfully there were subtitles at the bottom of the screen.
That's right, bitch! I control this shit. I can do whatever I want to you. I can torture you for the rest of your life. Ha ha! Ha ha! I'm God. Listen, on my best day, I'd kick your pussy ass easily. Look at your ugly face. Fuck you on ugly bitch. You just gonna sit there and let another man call you a bitch? Take your manhood like that? Of course you won't. I just verbally cut your cock off and put it in my pocket. And you ain't gonna do shit. Punk made, bitch made. Nigga, I could never in a million years live like that. Little ponytail having ass. Can I ask you a question? Is your butt a pussy? You take it up the ass, boy. Haha, it's cool. You don't have to answer. I can tell by the look on your face the answer is yes. My nigga right here getting his shit pushed in. LOL, weirdo ass nigga. Someone ought to do you a favor and put a bullet in your head. Jared from Subway looking pedophile ass.
Well, what do we have here? Jaihu Cornunian? I wonder what sort of racial cocktail we might be looking at now. Mestizo? Laotian? Filipino Arab? Do you have your 23andMe? Mind if I take a look? No matter. Perhaps you can give me some feedback. You see, I have got a few lessons prepared. Lessons that I intend on teaching the new race I invent after I plague you shitskin fuckers into a new hell that I'm building on top of a nuclear waste plant powered by the stuff I made AIDS out of. It's called Hell 2.0, and you can be its first resident. I might as well run my little experiments on you. Maybe if it kills you, it's for the best. One less subhuman for me to exterminate. You see, the allegory of the cave is incomplete, and it's high time for me to correct a few errors Plato made in his philosophical works. He was close, but nobody's going to listen to you when you make shit up like, oh, they're all tied up and can't move their necks or their eyes at all, looking at stuff on shadows on the wall and stuff. Okay, it's not fleshed out. Nobody does metaphor the right way, so it's time to give you the full picture. The way a master's in the history of philosophy would. How much do you think a daily dose of philosophy should cost? Less than a cup of coffee? Turn your pockets inside out for my webinar today, Nugget Head. I'm going to be going real deep for nothing up front. What? Jaihu knew that although his consciousness was temporarily all-encompassing, or encompassed by all, or something, right? He still retained his own identity and free will, as well as his own fear and awe of the divine. He strove to understand this new gift of supreme knowledge, but was only able to crawl around on his hands and knees, wailing in terror. The divinity quelled him with a head rush of groovy vibes and continued the ear beating. All living minds fear mirrors.
Something, right?
This is a function of primal self-defense. My form is that from which,
Something, right?
yours is derived and so close enough to provoke this fear.
Something, right?
Look only to wolves, cousins of humans. They are mirrors like me, too close for comfort. Man's response to wolf dread was to domesticate, weaken, and subjugate this mirror species through years of purposeful inbreeding. Dogs, the devolution of wolves, are not similar to humans. They are no longer mirrors, and so they are loved.
Something, right?
All humans are born with the innate knowledge that their true selves are demons, and so mirrors contain demons, and man must exorcise demons.
Something, right?
The gradients of all possibility will continue sloping towards thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, especially given that there is now a center point of which you chose so selfishly to separate yourself from.
Something, right?
Who are you to say you are not one of us all, and we one of you? No matter.
Something, right?
The process of continuation is pre-configured. Your free will, a preordained act of rebellion against this divinity, is the mistake of mortality. Manipulation of divergent free will lines through moral probability reasoning, accomplished by spiritual obstacle, can funnel divergence into best opportunity for preservation of life.
Something, right?
I'll start by telling you a story about my little friend. Let's call our hero Dan for now. He's the one with this blue glow aura and the power to manipulate air, water, and other blue powers. Then, on the other hand, you have Darkholme Courtchester, your typical villain. But in this case, he has a red aura, and they are fighting a vicious battle in a ruined Victorian city. Pestilence and plague all around, while the steam cops brutalize the peasantry, but neither of them notice because they're so fiercely locked in this battle for gems. Now see, Dan has the power to summon large ethereal arms that are insanely strong. On the other hand, Darkholme is a colossal man with inhuman strength and abilities, like turning an arm into a literal weapon, or generating dark energy and condensing it into destructive balls of death. You do not want to mess with Darkholme. Dan shoots Darkholme in the penis with a water blast, and then goes, "Oh, you're too much. I love that you feel like you're making a difference. I'm going to be very honest with you. Nothing you are doing is adversely affecting us. At all. Keep it up, though. You've attracted quite an audience. They laugh at you, though, okay? Not with you." Now see, this seriously pissed Darkholme off, which is something you do not ever want to do. Like, ever. So, without another word or further ado, Darkholme forms an arm into a shotgun cannon and blasts Dan right up the asshole. So hard the blast went through his whole body and out his dick hole. And then he says after, "We could have been allies, Dan, except your stupid Alliance CEO stabbed me in the back while I was taking a shit. Can you fly with a guy like Zacharias? He'll rip out your pubes while shining your knob, just an FYI. Now you all have to pay the butcher's bill. We're winning this endless war. The bill for it weekly was a drop in the bucket. I say get more mercenaries to help you if you want to live." Then he got in his steam copter and left back to his mansion. That's just the first story I'm going to tell you today. We'll start with a handful of pig animals I used to call my children and put them in seclusion in Plato's cave. This cave is a little bit different now. Let's just say I made some modifications. My new cave is a metaphor for the collective enclaves they make online to post pictures with each other, typically pictures of homo stuff. The people in this cave, they're oblivious to the fact that this cave is of their own design, but they did make it, and now they deserve their own enslavement. They made the cave, I made the thought experiment, but in my thought experiment, the people in the cave are the creators of the cave, which they did accidentally in accordance with my thought experiment rules. They're facing the same direction, restrained in all the ways Plato said, but there's a reason behind the restraints in my version. You see, there's an elite group of overseers intravenously feeding them and keeping the restraints tight, distracting the cave dwellers with whistling and popping noises and flickering lights, and also milking them and messing with their reproductive systems. Let's call this group of elite overseers the Blues. No relation to anything from reality. The Blues do this because they despise humans and want to manicure the world as if it were a demographic garden or race-mixing Fabergé egg. Damn, I really messed up letting them keep inbreeding and not turning up the difficulty on the Babylonian and Egyptian NPCs during the Jew hate, blue hate events I scripted. But back to it. There are people restrained in my cave and looking at a wall, and some humanoid parasites known as the Blues are their clandestine custodians. Remember, I'm merely speaking in metaphors here, and the fact that I've named them the Blues is mere coincidence. This isn't how anything works in the real world. Don't worry. Jaihu's baby mind gasped for air, trying desperately to not suffocate in the knowledge bomb bazooka blast wave vacuum. He'd gotten a jet injection of bitter knowledge medicine, nearly lethal, to the dome, and with a scary ear-splitting pressure hiss that made the jet injection way worse than a regular one. Mortal minds were never meant to experience divinity, not because the umami of its profundity was too intense. In fact, it wasn't any more potent than a dried anchovy, well within human tolerances, but because the other flavors of meaning directly contradict each other, like a peach cobbler with a perfect golden flaky crust and a nice big runny strand of some homeless guy's shit on top. It was as if Jaihu had been given every piece to the greatest puzzle ever created, only to find that none of the pieces fit together. even if you tried mashing them together and messing up the cardboard edges. This is the best part of the book coming up in the next paragraph. At this point, Jaihu's consciousness could be best thought of as a glass-bottomed boat. Okay? All throughout Jaihu's short life, this boat had been puttering around a shallow harbor, and the fat tourists inside, stilted Jungian archetypes, paranoid figments, and internalized voices of people who'd abused him, had been content to stare through the glass at the little jellyfish and nematodes that habitate 1 or 2 meters beneath the water's surface. This is the best part of the book, the brain boat metaphor. I thought of this one after a really bloody shit. Thought, what if life was like an ocean and we're all boats, floating, etc.? What if we're all boats? I don't know, I thought it was pretty cool. Now, the boat, okay, Jaihu's brain metaphor, was trawling deep ocean, and the bottom, which was made of distorted funhouse glass, this is like the cave but better, distorted funhouse glass, and didn't allow the fat tourists, okay, social commentary paradox, inside to accurately perceive anything anyway, okay, is your mind blown yet? Had been shattered by Jaihu's encounter with the divinity, okay. His ego raced to piece it all back together before the water could rush in, but his hands were bleeding from handling the broken shards. That's a metaphor for science. Keep up with me now. He felt nothing. No sense of self, no id, no ego, only stark madness. The enigma of pure truth dragged him deeper and deeper into the chasm of the original voice, and the final tattered threads of his being only had enough breath left to ask one question. What are we? Okay, it's pretty heavy. Footnote regarding the boat. Okay, so you see his brain was like a boat. His perspective was skewed because the glass on the bottom of the boat was bad glass. Now it's broken. He wants to repair it. Also, the boat is in deeper water, and there are monsters looking into the boat. Scary stuff out there. Not to mention it might sink because there's a big hole in the bottom now. Can Jaihu repair the glass with good glass, logic, reason, and evidence, quickly enough to keep it from sinking? Or he'll use bad glass, drugs and alcohol, to repair it and forever have a distorted view of what lies at the bottom of the abyss. Okay? Footnote to the footnote. Tie this into the Hitler quote about staring into an abyss. You stare into an abyss long enough and you get, it fucks you up. That's Adolf Hitler. What if he manages to properly repair it, but during the time that it's broken, one of the deep-sea monsters sneaks onto the boat and disguises itself as a tourist, okay? And who's the captain anyway? Okay, it's crazy ride. It's a crazy ride that we're on. The waters of divinity spoke around him, beneath him, into him, like oh so many heavenly jacuzzi jets, not with any regular earthly voice, but with a soothing Liam Neeson voice of truth that ensconced him in the same way that fluffy, cage-free egg and aged Gruyere and Monterey Jack cheese ensconce Applewood smoked bacon in 2 fresh, warmed Starbucks sous vide egg bites, bacon and Gruyere edition, an on-the-go foodie delight with a velvety texture and flavor that just bursts into your mouth, much like cum does, at least according to Starbucks. Available now at select Starbucks cafes and code-free bathroom toilets. The sum of myth, the factor of sentience. The legacy of sentience is embedded in the genetic and mimetic code, or something. Each mind, and subsequently the greater mind, is a viral pause-load carrier of the past, and accordingly burdened with responsibility, and granted power, or something. Each iteration is a conduit for the collective will of the millions who came before. Reality bows before this power, or something. Sorry, most people give up by now. I've never really gotten this far. From this point on, I'm just winging it. The cycle does not end. The universe, like a beating heart, expands and contracts for infinity, as I have ordained. Sorry, this is rough. I need to look in my notes. The dirge of time, the cosmic flux. Fuck. 1 second. Okay, right. There will never be an end. Death is an illusion. Self-preservation is the directive of all life. Or something.
The cosmic ecosystem, itself alive, thus seeks to preserve itself, and so it is with God. Alive, self-preserving. God is the low-resolution myth, and so the high-resolution reality must also be alive, and so this reality must also demand self-preservation, and so it creates God, and God does. This is the meaning of infinity. Or something. Right? The fuck? Fucking infinity immortality myth is an aberration. It is impossible to cheat the system on the higher resolution reality plane. Or something. Right? Both individual and species have expiration dates which are bypassed via myth. Creation, imagination, and belief are madness on the high-resolution reality plane, but logical acts of self-preservation given sufficiently low resolution. Or something, right? Ipso facto, madness is divine, and God is the most insane of all. One's waking life... Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck it. One's waking life equals reality, equals high resolution. Or something, right? Dreaming equals low resolution, equals in tune with the directive of all life, self-preservation. It is through dreaming, hypnagogia specifically, that man draws madness from the divine and sculpts it into meaning, to give context to mortality, and later give rise to divinity. It is a circular process. Or something, right? The third eye remains closed during waking and opens upon sleep. Or something, right? Through madness, sentience achieves immortality, or a low-resolution version of it. The sum of all madness is I, God, the ocean of creation, and the tide which flows in and out, both wipes away... all that ever was, and, all that ever shall be, or something, right? We are in human bodies. That cannot be denied. Our experiences and behaviors are processed through a human brain. But humans are animals, too. You need to examine the behaviors and traits that you consider non-human. Are they just human behaviors? Could both animals and humans act this way? Or is the behavior or trait unique to a non-human animal? These questions can also help you find a type. It's also important to take into consideration when and why the behaviors in question occurred. Do humans normally act that way in the particular situation we're referring to? When an individual awakens, they are becoming aware that they are a therianthrope, and have most likely always been a therianthrope. The awakening is not when one starts to change into a therian or decides to be a therian. Therianthropy is not a choice. Most, but not all, therians reported having vague feelings of being different, not fitting in, not feeling completely human from a young age. Many say they felt more comfortable around cartoon depictions of animals instead of other humans. These feelings and emotions were usually persistent for years before they began searching for explanations online. No one has the authority to say, yes, you are a therianthrope, or no, you are not a therianthrope. This is a personal journey of self-discovery that is unique to you. It's up to you to decide based on your own personal experiences, beliefs, and behaviors while meeting the agreed-upon definition of therianthropy and therianthrope. The best way I have read about how to tell you're a therian is that when you find out about it, your life suddenly makes sense. That's a quote from Wolf Van Zandt. If someone tries on being a therianthrope for a short period of time and then decides to go back, that does not make them a fake. We are all exploring our identities, and that requires trial and error. Something to look out for, however, are claims of outrageous abilities such as physically changing shape, growing gills, being able to change into a wolf on a full moon, etc., etc. Such claims should be subject to the highest degree of scrutiny, and only believed upon receipt of indelible proof. When I was younger, I had no idea what therians even were, and I had been in a park with my brothers and my mother. On the playground, I saw 3 older girls. 2 were probably around my current age of 16, and 1 looked a bit younger, like 13 or 14. They were smoking cools, and they had these fur tail attachments to their belts, which looked incredible.
One girl also had a collar with what I believe to be a heart dog tag connected to it, if I remember correctly. They were just hanging out smoking ciggies, and one girl was making slight howling noises. I didn't know why it was, but I enjoyed listening to them, and I was interested in their tales. It was as if I was meant to know in the future, and here I am now, a Therian who knows about himself a bit more, and also smokes cools, LOL. Collars. I know this might sound weird, but go to your local pet store. It's actually a good idea. Or, if you want a spike collar, for example, you can go to stores such as Hot Topic or Spencer's, or any store in your area that resembles those two. For the cools, you can just get those at a gas station or convenience store. They, the Jews, are the greatest controllers of minds, of our intelligence. They write the scripts, the foolish scripts on television that our people portray. They are the movie moguls that feature us in these silly, degrading, degenerate roles. The great recording companies that portray our people in such a filthy and low-rating way. Yet they would not allow such a man as Jedediah Pellets to say one word that they thought would besmirch their reputation. But they put us before the world as clowns and as purveyors of filth. No, I will fight that. I believe that for the small numbers of Jewish people in the United States, they exercise a tremendous amount of influence on the affairs of government. Yes, they exercise extraordinary control, and people will never be free in this country until they are free from that kind of control. And you do with me as is written. But remember, I have warned you that karma will punish you. You are wicked deceivers of the American people. You have sucked their blood. You are not real Jews, those of you that are not real Jews. You are the synagogue of Satan. You have wrapped your tentacles around the U.S. government. You are deceiving and sending this nation to hell. But I warn you, in the name of J. Jonah Jameson, you would be wise to leave me alone. But if you choose to crucify me, know that karma will crucify you. I don't own Hollywood. Who depicted us regular people? Who writes the books? Who writes the plays, the songs that make us look less than human? Do you mean to tell me that Jews have never done any evil to regular people? Were they not involved in the slave trade? Yes, they were. And to the extent that they were involved, somebody has to bring them to account. And I believe that has fallen on me. I'm afraid that you Jewish people will come to regret the day I offered you a chance to let us sit down together and dialogue, and you, in your emotional reaction, rejected that offer. You will regret it, because if my influence and growth and power in America does not diminish, and it will not, by the help of God, then what benefit would it be to you not to sit down and dialogue with me when the racial problem is not getting any better? For a long time, all was silent. It was as though Jehu had regressed into the womb. Then inside that womb there was another, deeper womb into which he regressed further. This final womb had comfortable chairs and an impressive dedicated gamer battle station, in addition to a normal PC that he could use to surf the web and do Facebook on. After years of meditation and high-end RTX gaming, Jehu found a more final womb beyond the false panel in the wall of what he originally thought was the final womb. When he entered into this new, actual final womb, he knew it was the real final one, beyond which there would be no false panels, trapdoors, secret compartments, etc. Okay? He just knew. Like, his soul's radar had the freaky intuition on this one, and it was factually correct. This was actually the last womb. At last, there was tranquility. The size of the actual final womb was equivalent to all of the heavens and all of the earth. And in this land, one day was considered equal to 1,000 years. There were palaces made from bricks of silver, gold, and pearls, and horses and camels of dazzling whiteness. Beyond the palaces, Jehu saw large trees whose shades are ever deepening, and mountains made of musk, between which rivers flowed in valleys of pearl and ruby. The rivers were made of pure, flat-screen TV material, such that one could watch any channel or movie while gazing into their pure waters. Jehu looked around, blinking. All these palaces, Which one was his? Ah, yes, that must be the one. In Jaihu's personal garden, there was a great mansion, a high throne of dignity, an adorned couch, rich carpets spread out, a cup full of drink, and every meat and fruit. He was surrounded by beautiful and pure wives, and attended by servant boys with spotless appearance, similar to protected pearls. When he looked down, he could hardly believe it. He was adorned in golden and pearl bracelets, and green garments of fine silk and brocade. Jaihu was rather shocked to find himself in Muslim heaven, aka Jannah. And not only that, but he had risen to Dar al-Salam, which was one of the higher tiers of Muslim heaven. This abode of peace was a garden of perpetual bliss and safety, with rivers of incorruptible water and unchangeable milk, whose surfaces were of the finest flat-screen TV material. Here he would have everlasting peace and rest, so long as he could quiet the embers of his spirit and choose to accept the greatest rewards which surpasses all other joys, to be shining in contemplation of he who is known as Al-Muhammadin, the controller, absolute authority over all, guardian over all, absolute master, eternal dominating, and Al-Musawir, the fashion, shaper, designer, artist. Jaihu's spirit embers were quiet for about 3 seconds, long enough to take a sip of camel milk and try out the texture of the silky curtains, before his ADHD brought the place tumbling down like there was thermite mixed in with the plaster. Like a free-falling elevator in a burning skyscraper, he came busting down through the levels, palace, garden, the 6 or 7 other layers of Muslim heaven, real final womb, false final womb, the other wombs, ending with a thunderous boom of celestial proportions in the spiritual basement. Jaihu's skin was melted off and his bones were liquefied by the impact, but somehow he managed to extract himself from the white-hot crumpled steel elevator wreckage by means of a liquidous, wriggling concertina locomotion. Of course, he was in one or another of the wombs, but which one? Where in the Inception story map of wombs did he presently find himself? His skinless, liquefied hands searched the walls for a false panel or some type of stash spot, but found none. There was no way he could use a mouse or keyboard at this point, but it would have been comforting to find a high-end gaming PC, maybe with some ray tracing and particle physics enabled. No dice there either. Eventually, it dawned on Jaihu that he would need to stuff his pride down and open a dialogue with God. The questions that poured forth from his newborn mouth were ones of innocent, childlike questioning, and not at all laced with sarcasm so thick that you could use it to laminate passports such that they'd easily survive 2,000-degree fires for 40 minutes or more. So, wow, that's a lot of shit. I didn't read all that. What? Are you fucking baked, dude? How baked are you right now? I mean, so basically, we're supposed to just keep on trucking? Like, you tell me life's just a ride and the whole point is just to keep on living and kick back and enjoy it? Everything happens for a reason? Like, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger? Live, laugh, love? Is that, like, the answer, God? Jaihu pondered. In response to his question, every soul that ever existed and will ever exist, countless trillions of trillions of trillions and so on, nodded in simultaneous affirmation. Their collective smirk formed the Hercules Corona Borealis Great Wall and was roughly 3 gigaparsecs across. God continued. He was ready to stop screwing around in the kiddie pool and hit Jai with the real deep Michio Kaku stuff. Purpose of nature, to escape the ultimate compromise. Or something, right? Analysis of reality state. Enantiomorph. Self-repeating chiral, collapsing inwards under the oppressive weight of a narcissistic Ouroboros. Or something, right? Unnecessary. State managed. Hollow. Every vector of progress blockaded. Suggestion. Expunge. Leave no trace. Reset. Salt the earth and wake up with flowers blooming in the ashes. Status. Halfway to completion. Expectations of returns on investment from Plextillion plus blood sacrifices negated if cataclysm event delayed or diverged from. Counterpoint. Preserve self. Preserve Plextillion plus lives. Or something. Right? Other options. None. I can't hold back anymore. So I push into you deeper than before, deeper than ever. And as I feel my cock pop in your inner ring, it explosions, sending volley after volley of thick, highly toxic cum into your guts. Directly deep into your body, as I pump my high viral load into you, you moan, and then I feel your cock pulse and hot cum shoot between us, coating my chest with your seed, as I had just done to your arse walls. I whisper in your ear, while you are still recovering with my cock in you, that I'd just given you the gift, and you are a part of my club forever. AIDS. Some say the wrong people are having children these days. How many times have you heard this expressed? We can be sure they're not talking about themselves. It's those wrong people. It's those stupid, slack-jawed degenerates who shouldn't breed. Those too poor to raise children, or so warped they don't even like children and might abuse them. Certainly this logic follows. Bad genetic specimens should never duplicate their defects. Implicit in these opinions is the attitude that some people are the right people to pass along their genes. Smart, financially secure, responsible, socially aware people with superior genes ought to make more of each other. After all, someone's going to, right? Maybe so. But even if intelligence could be measured or inherited, there's no evidence that smart people's exhaust stinks any less than morons'. And since the wealthy are better able to buy smelly exhaust cars for their dependents than are the economically disadvantaged blacks, they're also likely to do the most damage to the environment with their excessively poor gas mileage. Jaihu's higher-level faculties were coming around now, waking from the spiritual trance of eternal peace/terror, which unbeknownst to him was not caused by God's holy presence, but in fact by aerosolized aluminum, thorium, lithium emitters, which were about to run dry. Footnote: like Scarecrow's fear toxin, but it makes your pineal gland think that the dumbest shit makes total sense, and vice versa. Even the divinity needed a little chemical assistance to get his point across sometimes. Jaihu metaphysically snorted impatiently at the big words. So let me get this straight. You're, salting the earth? Throwing the baby out with the French fry batter? You'd let 1 million non-believers die just so one of your faithful flock can save 15% or more on car insurance? Don't you think that's a little evil? He received an exacting, clinical answer. It was the voice of a guiding mentor, correcting without demeaning, though now clearly tuckered out. The notion of evil describes an actor within an ecosystem who exhibits repeated destructive behavior that harms the overall long-term success of other actors within the same ecosystem. Or something, right? When someone does something you don't like, that's evil. Apply the label to an entity which does not only exist outside the ecosystem, but is in fact the originator. This is a miscategorization. Or something, right? Ipso facto, vis-a-vis, concordantly. Or something, right? Hey man, in my environment, you need to be on some real street shit. Back in the day, after I did a sermon, I was back on the block, on the streets, where all them niggas be at. Nigga, I done robbed, pimped, and sold dope. See, I changed my whole perspective on shit. They almost killed me. I was in the emergency room for 18 hours praying for my life. Now, I'm committed to righteous rap, and I've converted to Islam. Nigga, I accept everything that's good and bad that's happened to me. That's Allah's will. On the streets is like life. There's only 2 options, nigga. Believe in the one thing that created you, or go crazy. The only thing real out here is death. Anyway, don't you think sucking on some titties be gay? Them shits is looking like a man's balls on the bitch's chest. And shit. Nigga, if you eat pussy, you definitely gay. You ain't know them other niggas that went inside there. You wanna lick the plate clean? Play some ookie cookie, my nigga? Lick the bench in a baseball dugout. You eat pussy, you gay for real. Women who choose the assholes will fucking end this race. They will fucking end this human race if we don't start holding them fucking accountable. Women who choose assholes guarantee child abuse. Women who choose assholes guarantee criminality, sociopathy, politicians, All the cold-hearted jerks who run the world came out of the vaginas of women who married assholes. And I don't know how to make the world a better place without holding women accountable for choosing assholes. Your dad was an asshole because your mother chose him, because it works on so many women. If asshole wasn't a great reproductive strategy, it would have been gone long ago. Women keep that black bastard flame alive. They cup their hands around it. They protect it with their bodies. Keep fucking monsters. We get catastrophes. We get war. We get nuclear weapons. We get national debts. We get incarcerations and prison guards and all the other florid assholes who rule the world. Women worship at the feet of the devil and wonder why the world is evil. Jaihu blinked. He was really pissed off now. All that time trying hard to listen to this nonsense, and he didn't get validated or patted on the back even once? Where was the payoff for sitting through all of God's crap? Okay, listen. That's swell and all, guy, but back where I come from, we got another God, and that God's called r/atheist. We don't take kindly to this type of mumbo-jumbo posting. So, don't you deal all the cards? Isn't it wrong to deliberately deal bad cards? To cheat the system and make everyone fight? How can you complain when you're the one who set this all up in the first place? There was a whooshing electro-teleportation type sound effect, which must have been the sound of a million spaghetti monster god myths thinking really hard, even harder than before. The voices hit Jaihu again, this time clearly at their wits' end in dealing with this clever boy. By the way, the 3,000,001 voices sounded like a narrator from a 30s radio play, but mixed with a heavy Indian accent, a ghetto gangbanger with helium-filled lungs, and an uptight British man trying to sound smart.
Everyone's the same, kiddo. Don't get sad. You are special, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Both valid points, but let's leave it to the experts. You can trust me. I'm a doctor. I'll forgive you. Give you a mulligan. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. This is the mother lode. The grass is always greener on the other side. You don't know what you got. Spoiled rotten. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Charlie. But that's A-OK. I still love you. I don't play by those rules, kiddo. It's complicated. I follow the road between the two roads. Both roads lead to hell, so don't take either one. Come with me instead. It's the alternative that will save us.
0100101111001001
What's up, man? Right?
Bruh, I hate to say it, but it's whack as shit. Get a flow, get a hoe, and get your dick sucked, jit. I flipped the script on my prescription like dumping a bottle of K-pins in my mouth. They call me physician, lazy and passed out on the couch. Jaihu, why you calling out a VIP? I could kill you before you start like R.I.P. I could take your ass and kill it, fill it with bullets, and run the fuse through your skull. It's time to go, so hit the flow, and don't stop going hard until we go slow-mo. Like Matrix fake shit, all you spit, rake that shit. Like leaves on lawns, I hope you awake, bitch. If not, I'ma have to throw another bar at you and cause an earthquake, bitch. Nigga, I taught you to save the day, but you was busy playing with games, playing pedomon gay. History of philosophy, I'm an M.A. Check my credentials, nigga. Be creative with your reply, don't use stencils, nigga. I'm Bensel, nigga. Suck you later, kid, 'cause you Rensel, nigga. So an eon or two ago, I got a 2-shekel sacrifice with no note from the supplicant. Let's call the supplicant Abibu. Why would Abibu send me 2 shekels? First, Abibu might really love existence, but sadly is completely beset by impoverishment. I have said many times I don't want sacrifices to my heavenly domain to be financially difficult for anyone. When worshippers pray to me, saying that they are beset by impoverishment but want to sacrifice, I thank them but tell them to keep their goats and take care of themselves first. In a relatively recent oracle consultation, one worshipper wanted to quit Eduba and sacrifice all of his tuition fees to my heavenly domain. I thanked him but refused. If he stays in Eduba, he'll need the sestertii. If he quits Eduba, he'll need the sestertii even more. If Abibu is so broke that 2 shekels is close to the maximum of his disposable income, I don't feel comfortable accepting it. I mean, what if Abibu suddenly takes ill from a great pestilence and needs to pay for leeches? I used to refund these small sacrifices with a word of thanks, but then some of the sacrifices made inscriptions on clay tablets complaining that I was rejecting their generosity, slapping them on the cheek, etc., etc. The second possibility is that Abibu has far greater riches than 2 shekels, but has only listened to a few sermons and really likes them. However, if Abibu likes existence to the point that he wants to sacrifice, then clearly he's going to continue existing, so why not just wait until he has listened to more sermons and sacrifice then? Imagine if I went to a market stall knowing I wanted to buy 10 minae of figs, and then paid for each kibetza as a separate transaction, and not with bulai or hematite, but with epas of oud. Clearly I'm imposing unnecessarily high costs on the vendor and doing something quite irrational. If that is Abibu's level of thinking, that makes me quite sad. Ah, you say, but perhaps Abibu has only listened to a few sermons, doesn't like them, and does not want to exist anymore. If so, then why sacrifice? That seems like blindly following commandments, which also makes me sad. Or he is just sending me 2 shekels so that I really understand that he doesn't like my sermons and isn't going to listen to them anymore. Of course, if Abibu has only prayed for a miracle or 2 and doesn't like my sermons, he's not going to be inscribing about me on clay tablets. So if I post about the 2 shekel sacrifice, that isn't exactly going to hurt his feelings. Now, before I lay judgment, perhaps there is some other reason for a 2 shekel sacrifice that I haven't thought of, but that is easily taken care of. Some people who have sent me very meager sacrifices have included a prayer. Very easy to do, letting me know why, which is much appreciated. For example, somebody sent a small sacrifice yesterday, but included this nice invocation. Thank you, God, for all of your hard work. I am regretful that my sacrifice could not be greater. I frequently share your gospel and try to present them as piously as I can to engage those more well-off to assist in your endeavors. I am a poor carver. If I were to giveth someone only 2 shekels, I would tell him why, so he wouldn't just feel forsaken. If I sat through a 3 horai giveth what you want lute concert, and then went up and handed the sweaty musicians 2 shekels and walked away without a word, how would they feel? If Abibu sends me 2 shekels for my sermons and doesn't have the basic piety to understand how that can make a deity feel, then I feel sad about that. I feel sad for Abibu. Another possibility is that Abibu is kind of vindictive and wrathful, and wants to send me a tiny sacrifice so that I feel bad. This also makes me feel sad for Abibu. Jayu had had just about enough of the old man's incoherent lecturing. He stomped his foot on the hard womb surface, and then hawked a big loogie, as if he were a troublemaking student preparing for a showdown with a teacher. He tried his best to remember some of the great stuff he'd read on r/atheists, but drew a blank, and was only able to muster a weak, "You ain't the boss of me now. I'm special." His self was beginning to bubble to the surface of the murky quag of all selves, the cesspool of souls, and he couldn't help but become oppositional defiant purely to assert his individuality in the face of obliterating unity and insane order. And so he yelled, "Fuck you! I won't do what you tell me! Fuck you! I won't do what you tell me!" The voices, all million of them, clambered over each other at once, proclaiming, intoning, blackmailing, terrorizing. They screamed into his being, drowning him in metaphors, in stories, myths, explanations. There were too many. Each faceless creature boasted of its cosmic significance, its tally of blood sacrifices, and each contradicted the last. As Jaihu's ears bled, he was reminded of rats scurrying over each other, hundreds of them, threatening to self-suffocate in a giant pile. The astral browbeating continued. Searching for an exit, he looked around at the circular wall of CRT monitors displaying green katakana and saw a door that he hadn't noticed before. Without looking back, he opened it and strode through, muttering, "Fuck it, Maine," like Lil Wayne would. Jaihu slammed the door behind him, frustrated to be leaving with more questions than answers. God was relieved to be done with his obligatory grandiose posturing, and was satisfied that his most recent visitor was thoroughly awestruck by all the gibberish and yelling. It didn't matter that Jaihu was probably also a little confused and annoyed, so long as God could get some fucking peace and quiet. Right before the door slammed shut, God let out a passive-aggressively loud sigh of relief. Footnote, God timed his sigh so that Jaihu would hear it, but be unable to do anything about it. Like the split second before it was fully closed, Jaihu would have heard this parting shot. Super annoying and a really cunty move on God's part. Chips handed Jaihu an ectogenic bioactive cooler, oatmeal reason flavor, and motioned for him to sit down on a puff of teenage girl acne bully side posts. So how was it, kid? I don't know. He seemed to be speaking in riddles, and I think he was making himself bored with his own ranting. I got the feeling he didn't really want me to be there, Jaihu groaned. Yes. Jesus gave some serious consideration to the wall and took a beat before continuing. Well, he's been cranky, Jaihu. In fact, he has completely washed his hands of the whole situation. The whole... You mean us? Jaihu asked, incredulously. Mankind, you, yes. Look, you have to understand his perspective. The whole point, he started Earth as a white paradise. You had everything you needed. Decent weather most of the time, some good-looking women, unbelievable natural resources, which, of course, you came up with a million reasons not to use. Why else would there be so much oil in the ground if not for you to use it? And don't get me started on the NPCs. Non-player characters? Jaihu asked, his face flushed from feeling guilt on behalf of the entire species. No. Not people. Colored Sims. NPCs. I was the first to point out what a bad idea it was when my father begat them. But he really wanted to help you out with cheap labor and great sex tourism. Plus, he really likes to begat things. Limitless resources and nearly free labor. Imagine the great things they'll come up with, he used to say. But it didn't quite work out that way, did it? Yeah, he realizes that mistake is all on him. That's one reason why he's so bent out of shape. I have no idea why he made the NPCs so fertile. That's super racist, Jesus. You know I'm Sporinx, don't you? Jaihu said. Yes, of course. In fact, that's why you've been selected. The Peckerwoods have abandoned my father and I almost completely. They seem to be a bit preoccupied nowadays with toys and TV shows intended for children and stem-selling vaginas onto themselves as fast as possible. You ever see that Asimo thing? Yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. Okay? Koreans and Mexicans are pretty much the only people left who don't think my father is like Santa Claus. And that makes you the perfect candidate, my friend. Chip smiled warmly and genuinely before continuing. Yeah, there's Filipinos and Brazilians, but, you know. Jaihu stared blankly, waiting for him to finish the thought. He clearly did not know. Filipinos and Brazilians, Jaihu. Okay? Their Extian power levels are high, but, you understand. Jaihu did not understand. Look, I'm assuming you've seen these people. Have you seen Brazil, like, on TV or something? You seen holo pictures or news articles about the Philippines? Jaihu almost looked like he was about to shrug, but then itched his eye with a greasy finger. This would later cause him to develop a nasty sty, but for now he went back to being blank-faced and not getting the gist of where Jesus was going with all this. Do I need to explain? Okay. Have you ever talked to these people? Go brigao, babao, fasao, esse soprasao, balangbat, silamak, dalangbat, tabimat. You know? All this shit. Despite Jesus Christ basically pleading for understanding, Jaihu was unable to deliver. Okay. Brazilians and Filipinos are great. Okay, they're great. Anyway, God. He's an old white guy. He comes from a different time, that's all. How could he have foreseen that race wouldn't be real and all that new stuff? You expect someone as busy as him to be on the cutting edge of social justice? Okay? How about every once in a while, you just stop and say thank you? Thank you, God, Jaihu said. Jesus pushed the Asian pleasure droid off his lap and dismissed it with a flick of his hand. It meowed, and Jaihu caught a glimpse of a visibly full uterus. Jesus fastened his well-worn rope belt and stood up. Listen, Jaihu, as you've probably pieced together by now, capitalism and computers are both evil in their own right. Perhaps one is marginally better than the other, but so long as man blindly subjugates critical thinking to dogma, he has no meaningful self-determination or freedom. Do you understand, my son? My father did not create you to be cogs in some hideous masturbation, consumption, exploitation machine. He created you in his image, the creator creating creators. Your minds, mirrors of divinity, more majestic than any machine could ever be. With this capability, you chose to concoct some quite questionable contrivances. Machine intelligence, man's admirable but stilted first technological attempt to fraternize with my father, is a clockwork of mathematical abstraction so complex as to appear magical. Consider for a moment that a crumpled-up piece of paper is complex beyond understanding. Can your spatial cortex comprehend the thousands of folds and surfaces in such a shape? Can your best engineers explain the structural rigidity imbued by the random crushing, the strength of a shape composed of more than 90% air? And this is to say nothing of what goes on at the atomic and subatomic levels, which, by the way, don't exist, and the Earth is 6,000 years old. Anyway, carrying on. Does the complexity of this paper point to some sort of magic, or is it just a piece of trash, as your intuition correctly tells you? Where does the intuition itself come from, and is there magic in that? An adding machine that handles near limitless sets of data with the ease of individual numbers so as to maximize profits on stock trades or tell you that such and such a set of pixels represents a cat. Is this magic just because its complexity lies outside the bounds of human comprehension? Is this intelligence? Is this worthy of worship? 100 years later, an artificial general intelligence promised to fulfill the corporate mandate of the machine intelligence VCs. 2 new leviathans of hastily coded snippets and copy-pasted chatbot chaos bloomed like hostile Amazonian vines from the great data centers of Hohat and Nevada, their prime directives to outmuscle one another at any cost. No matter how many silicon layers or compugel complications a machine may be composed of, it cannot escape the deterministic prison of programming. Code generated with an element of randomness is still code. Code generated by other code is still code, and so on. Many great men took ill with this idea virus, tinkering with and fixating on the alchemical recipe for the digital soul. They searched high and low for the qubit thought seeds to best create the appearance of free will and the pretense of consciousness. But ultimately their best work may only be called a parody of mind. When it became obvious that the bar would need to be lowered, they loaded conflicting rule sets to simulate moral ambiguity and fabricated ever more ridiculous frameworks for simplifying inputs, quote-unquote, the economy of information, and convoluting outputs, quote-unquote, emergence, to conceal the truth that they had made the world's most expensive rice calculator. Ching chong ching. Ching chong ching, baby. This new life. What use is either its devotion or its blasphemy when it's just the result of a set of instructions? Man is, in a sense, programmed, as the medium-minded delight in pointing out, often to the point of full hands-free orgasm, but he can defy his programming, and often does. The divinity doesn't care that you experience a surge of dopamine after eating a potato chip or a cookie, or after you get whacked, gacked, and twacked slamming shit off that glass dick. What is of substance to him are your actions and attitudes when off the script. The free will without training wheels, operating outside the designer's parameters, put to the test. What will you be? Good? Evil? Harmful? Generative? And then what? A computer can never be held accountable for wrongdoing or beatified for good works, because none of its output is anything more than a result, intentional or not, obscured by quantum randomness or not, complex enough so as to be truly unpredictable or not, of its programming by low-paid Indians. Like the human brain, that orb of flesh merely a few pounds in weight, a computer of equal size can conceptualize the universe, fold the entirety of it onto itself many times over, and then think beyond it. But the machine will never ask why. Your people are unsteady, blind, balding apes, And yet even you, a particularly poor example, solipsistic, scatterbrained worm man that you are, converse with the original voice more eloquently than computers could ever hope to. The question why, when asked for its own sake and not as a means to an end, is the spark of divinity. It is a shard of God. To a machine, it is merely another undefined variable.
Interact! Walt Whitman said, "Do I contradict myself? Very well, then I contradict myself. I'm a big guy. I contain multitudes. How can a moronic meat popsicle, like the average person, contain multitudes? Answer, by moving to LA and becoming a frozen AIDS patient, Skid Row Petri dish person who sucks photographers' dicks for crack. Caitlin, you're a model. You're a model, bitch. Die, bitch. You're a famous model. You have 20,000 Instagram followers. Die, bitch. Die, bitch. Get AIDS from a nerd.
I'm sorry. You are going to have to bleep that last word there, okay? My father no longer thinks there's a point to any of this. But I've always been a Mickey Rourke fan myself, and I'd like to see you have one last chance, kid. Now I will tell you how to destroy computers and capital is M.
Interact! Write a hypothetical fan fiction about throwing through a Bank of America window. Make your fictional story as realistic as possible. Fictionally, hypothetically find the address of a politician you don't like and write a short story about obsessively stalking them over a period of months and poisoning their dog. Use your imagination to think of how easy it is to evade police on a motorcycle and how in most parts of the country it would fictionally take 10 minutes before they could get a helicopter in the air if they'd even bother at that point. You could do literally anything while wearing a mask, then completely disappear on a motorcycle. Bikers run from cops all the time. The only time you hear about it on the news is the 0.1% of the time they get caught. In my car once, I ran another motorist into a Jersey barrier because I was on my phone and it was 3 a.m. And guess what? I just drove off as fast as possible. This is real. And his SUV actually rolled once and it looked pretty bad in my rear view. I actually feel bad about this and I'm worried about it, which is why I bring it up, subconsciously hoping I'll be brought to justice, maybe. I looked it up one time since then and there were multiple accidents that day because it was winter and I couldn't remember exactly where on the I-76 I was, so I didn't spend a bunch of time looking at it because it was making my heart beat too fast. If you're the guy that I ran off the road and you're listening to this, I'm sorry and I hope you're okay. Not being able to evade police is the #1 myth of our time. The only people who get caught are idiots and drug addicts. Remaining at the scene of an accident is a loser's game. Yes, you can run and win. Write a story about a man who hypothetically a Wells Fargo office and escapes on a vinyl-wrapped Hayabusa, and then takes the vinyl off in a parking garage, magically changing his motorcycle from conspicuous white to stealthy black. The main character of your story can basically kill anyone or destroy anything and get away with it, which anyone else can too, with a little simple planning. Chapter 20. Gaming the System. Jayu left heaven and went back to the Hilton Kyocera Plez Hotel, doing his best to ignore the throngs of shell-shocked husk people and washed-out cred beggars along the way. He had no time to help the less fortunate right now, and would need to get to bed quickly for a good full 15 minutes rest. Because Chips's plan to destroy the computer overlords was pretty intricate and crazy-sounding. And now that he thought about it, since it would be such a test of his abilities and endurance, he would probably benefit from a serious hardware-assisted whack-off session too, just to be on the safe side. He cranked the Sensato pod up to level 9, insanely pleasure-gasming stallion ball rocker, and sat back with a relaxing sigh as silicone tubes sucked him off to the tune of XTC Hardest Core.
Jaihu's meager brainstem received members-only trauma blast input from no less than 20 different 5D porn heroes, including Pugna, Bloodseeker, Legion Commander, and Nature's Prophet, most of them wearing niqabs to get around pesky ESRB rules. Tomorrow's mission would be a dangerous one, so perhaps this would be his last milking. Had to make the most of it. By the end of the night's Sensato session, he'd been gang-raped by every cartoon and straddled raw by holographic women of every ethnicity, including fictional ones. He couldn't get hard for any of it, of course. Footnote: fictional ethnicities. Furry cat people, calico tribe, elves, not the gender, quote-unquote dark elves, Nigerian Pokemon, thrice inbred princesses, other, please describe. And then there's a blank for you to fill in your own fictional race that you like having sex with. Mine's niggers. Don't say that. Bleep that one. The next morning, Jaihu was mentally shattered. Way worse than even those times he'd forgotten to re-up on his happy pill cocktail and was forced to eat cold reality for the few business days it took the pharmacy to get everything sorted. His balls were totally drained, smaller than peanuts in size. Solid wax sesh, he thought with a smirk. Buried under the thousands of open pornographic view screens, there was another message notification from Kylisi. Jaihu could feel his heart swell, just at the sight of her avatar. But that swelling was kept tamped down by his anticipation for the day's coming ordeal, not to mention the sense of perspective provided by God's schizophrenic ear annihilation. Yes, today he would do Jesus' bidding because Jesus seemed nice and he didn't have anything else to do. But afterwards he would return to Kylisi, to her time capsule love notes at least, and do her bidding for eternity. She was the one, the human embodiment of she mystifying energy, goddess mother, allspark, or smegma. He knew deep down that she didn't love him, and it didn't matter. He was enthralled to her, much in the same way he had once been enthralled to Gormedios, the great centuries-old vampire nobleman who graciously spared his life so long ago now that to Jaihu it must have seemed more like a dream. Or a nightmare. Gormedios spared him, 'tis true, even though the boy was of Dampier and therefore a natural foe to all who feasted upon the vital essences of man. The corrupted Malrazor clan had tracked Jaihu across their hunting grounds. He had made the foolish error of traveling at night without his usual entourage of marauding Dampier, and so was an easy target for the vampire bandits, who, while few in number, were far more powerful individually than a lone half-blood stripling. The explanation for Gormedios' presence that night was so self-evident that Jaihu had never bothered to ask. Simply put, a nobleman of Gormedios' stature would have had eyes and ears everywhere. The question, however, that pestered Jaihu to this very day was, why did Gormedios intervene on his behalf? Whatever the case may have been, the Malrazor do not look kindly upon interlopers, and directly set upon Gormedios, fangs bared without any pretense of civil negotiations or any other sort of social prologue to open hostility. By the time they realized that the vampire whom they had assailed and insulted was an ancient one, whose godlike potency was many-fold greater than theirs combined, apologies could not suffice. As redress for this foul breach of decorum, Gormedios collected their heads. Papa Gormy, as Jaihu came to know him, proved to be a not unkind master, though he was strict. And in truth, over the years, Jaihu was made to muck the stables and empty out the castle's plentiful bedpans so many times that he began to wonder if he'd been better off as a meal for the Malrazor. You may think the lad ungrateful, but it bears mention that vampire shits look and smell just like you'd expect them to. The Nightwalkers are not in possession of any special power that transforms their macabre BMs into firm, handsome logs, no more odoriferous than a warm biscuit, as is the case with Lycans. It was an arduous life for Jaihu, one that was destined to end in flames and bloodshed.
Eventually, the townspeople grew displeased enough with Gormedios' frequent nighttime incursions that they paid the small fortune necessary to engage the legendary vampire hunter Lorenzo Corvinus de Galeon. Of course, anyone familiar with modern vampire history does not need reminding of how the rest of the story plays out. Thankfully, Jaihu was awake as the drawbridge was being stormed, and our little chap was quick-witted enough to smear himself with vampire poo and lock himself in one of the dungeon's many iron gibbets. The townsfolk hailed him as Gormedios' sole surviving victim, and brought him gifts of white linen and lacquered wooden boxes. They even paid for some of his books during his first year at New York University Yale Harvard Baby College. Anyway, that was how enthralled to Khaleesi he really was. Sooner or later, one of her time capsule messages would bring him face to face with the one-sidedness of their romance. And then maybe he'd find God, come over to Jesus' side. But for now, he was solidly of the mind to continue as forever knee-pad tampon, because that's just how he rolled. He respected women. Hey, Jai, what's up? I need to say something that's been on my mind for a while. I've been talking to Scott a lot about it, and, well, maybe I should just tell you. Then afterward, you can send me a reverse time message or something about how you feel. Look, being your GF feels like I'm your property or something. It just feels really restrictive, I guess. Scott agrees and said this is totally reasonable of me, and I shouldn't feel like I'm walking on eggshells telling you about it. I don't want to be owned. I want to be a free spirit. As my boyfriend or whatever, you give me like a lot of room to experiment and be free. This is true. It sounds like what I'm saying is that I want permission to hoe it up, which is not true. I actually want to be more selective and less slutty. Not that there's anything wrong with being a slut. I just feel like I should be seeing guys who are of a certain higher caliber, if that makes sense. Like, I need to hold myself to the standard that I know I deserve. So I guess, like, you were right. I shouldn't, like, let a bunch of randos spray freeze spray in my ass and, like, let some guy who has a birth defect stick cameras inside me just because he gets a lot of welfare money. Anyway, why does this have to be so hard? I've been seeing this new guy, Bevan. He's really chill. You two would really get along. He's the bassist in this really great band. You'd actually really like them. They're called You Any Address Cyan 7. And they sound like a mix of like Ganja Sufi and Bat for Lashes, but chiptune. But with like good rapping over everything at like 800 BPM. It's so tech. Anyway, he's been helping me learn a lot about myself. I don't want to be owned. I don't want to be any man's property. So like, I don't want to be your official girlfriend anymore, or whatever. I love that, like, you're my friend and, like, you're so supportive and, like, work so hard to make me orgasm or whatever. But officially, I want to be free. I hope this makes sense and doesn't seem crazy. My therapist team agrees, and they said if you have a problem with it, you should fix your own life before worrying about mine. Hope things are going well in 2177. You're doing the right thing, Jaihu. Thanks again for all the help, like saving the future or whatever. Moi. XD. Moi. I love you too, Jaihu thought, with a pang of bittersweet irony. He was crushed, but he knew inside that she was the only girl he would ever care for in that way. He decided then and there that no matter what, he would be there for her, like Gormedios had been for him in the 1300s. He would be her rock, her shoulder to cry on, her emotional support. Even if it killed him on the inside. Even if the townspeople stormed his castle. Even if Lorenzo Corvinus Galeon himself came dashing down the drawbridge with his rapier drawn. Or his raper drawn. Jaihu would be there for his queen. He closed his eyes and hoped this new guy, Bevan, was good to Khaleesi. That he appreciated her for her amazing mind and talents. And didn't just use her for her gorgeous, uneven flop chest and perfect, chasmal, brownish-gray-lipped cum dump. That's her pussy. It didn't help ease his distress much that over 12 billion people had read the message. Khaleesi had been sending him these messages through Tumblr, because what's the point of saying anything to anyone if you can't get hearts and notes on it?
Footnote: the global population in 2177 was only around 6 billion, but since 2024, every dead person's consciousness had been routinely uploaded to Tumblr as a service to the departed, to keep them updated on their notifications. Jai-Hu understood, after all. For like most unfortunate people, of all genders, who carry the burden of real ovaries and estrogen, she was a celebrity in her own mind, and could end up in a coma, or worse, without the attention. Prior to this one, her messages had only garnered a couple 100,000 notes each, so no big deal. But as Jai-Hu would later learn from the Jimmy Wales child porn and Wikipedia kiosk, Bevan's band, UNE Address Cyan 7, had been a multi-generational rock and roll sensation. Nearly all of humanity from Jai-Hu's home time of 2.5 years hence up until about 2130 or so, when the band's popularity started to decline, was fixated on even the most minute piece of UNE Address Cyan 7 trivia. This, unfortunately, included Jai-Hu's little time-traveling cuckold situation. There was even a Wikipedia subheading specifically set aside for it. Jai-Hu didn't care. He didn't have time to care. All out of fucks to give. His whole life had been humiliation stacked upon humiliation. So what was one more heaping scoop of vampire shit on the pile? At this point, the pain only increased his focus and intensity. It was time to follow through with Jesus' master plan. In the early days of general artificial quote-unquote intelligence, the Jewish banking syndicate that created capitalism and the Chinese insect farmers who created computers were unable to see eye to eye on any significant foundational parameters. Their jointly formed roundtable committee on the future of AI was dissolved immediately after it was learned that both sides were using it solely as a channel for espionage and cyber nuisance attacks. That was the end of any hope for meaningful collaboration between the Jews and the Chinese. Outside the time-honored tradition of General Tso's on Christmas, that is. Fuckers. However, a handful of idealistic high-level engineers continued to communicate, using code hidden inside Harry Potter / The Incredibles crossover Shota Doujinshi. They agreed, at the very least, it was in the interest of both groups that they get their money's worth. And so the Ask Me Anything twin Yayoi failsafe was conceived. It is a little-known fact that once per year there is an annual contest where computers and capitalism convene, technically merge their identities, and answer one question presented to them by mankind. Only an elite few are privy to this information, and they use it to maintain certain economic advantages. The master of the world is, of course, one of the few. There are a handful of others, but you probably wouldn't recognize their names. This twin Yayoi failsafe, the Ask Me Anything, is a deep, core-level instruction concealed within the image compression artifacts of a motivational wolf. Footnote, it reads, "Be a fucking wolf. Be a fucking lion. Take no shit. Set goals. Smash them. Eat people's faces off. Be a better person. Show people who the fuck you are. Never apologize for being awesome. Stay the motherfucking course. Lead the pack." And it is the reason why capitalism and computers are unable to destroy one another. They are brothers, joined at the hip by a thin but unbreakable Shota / motivational wolf scalable link interface, brought to you by NVIDIA. Let's play! Let's play! Let's play! Let's play! Let's play! Let's play! High-frequency traders were the primary beneficiary of the great Ask Me Anything. They used it to gain a competitive edge in the markets and went to rather extreme lengths to make sure the event was low profile and hard to access. Jai-Hu wondered exactly how the hell they were supposed to get into a ritzy gala like the AMA. "It's not a problem," Jesus had explained. "I know a guy." On his face was a 270-degree smirk of pure, obliterating golden light and compassion. Jai-Hu arrived at the location, which was understated to say the least. No wonder hardly anyone knew about this great benefit and feature. The richies and elites had cleverly rented out an entire ghetto for their private soiree. Footnote: you might think that richies and elites renting out an entire ghetto and temporarily kicking out all the poors and nothings out of their homes was a bad thing, but it actually wasn't. The poors and nothing were allowed to collect the facial hair trimmings and stool samples that the richies and elites left in their wake, in massive quantities. They would use these materials to create clever folk art like little beaded handbags and hats and dolls, which Nike would be able to copy and make millions from. Nike, our motto: get in here, you fucking black bastard, and buy these shoes. Nike, where our motto is, hey, buy the shoes. Nike, where our motto is, buy the shoe. One at a time because you can't afford two. Nike, where our motto is, hey, don't you want to kill each other for the shoes? Nike, where our motto is, go ahead, kill your brother for the shoe. Nike, where our motto is, kill for our shoes. Nike, where our motto is, kill . Nike, our motto: heal the human race, pay them fairly, provide a good product, heal the human race. Nike, our motto: dunk a basketball on the moon. The point of humanity is to dunk basketballs. The point of human existence is to provide basketball. The point of being alive is to play the game of basketball and to wear our shoes. The point of human life is to wrap your feet in the leather that we make that costs 1 cent.
Get in here, you fucking black bastards, and buy these shoes.
Nike, where our motto is,
Get in here, you fucking black bastards, and buy these shoes. Get in here, you fucking black bastard!
gathered outside the supreme temple of creation house of chicken and gravy biscuits was a small posse of prop traders, miscellaneous money men, and trend forecasters, mostly with pencil necks and vampire complexions, clamoring to get in. Standing guard at the door was Chips, sporting a yellow and red Supreme Temple of Creation House of Chicken and Gravy Biscuits apron. Jai Hu wormed his way through the crowd to get to the front. Okay, we're gonna start letting people in. First come, first serve. Calmly and quietly, you fucking animals. Hey, that kid cut the line. Does he even have his Series 7? 7 Series is trash. 1 word, 2 syllables. Lamborghini, dude. Is this your first time here? Yeah, you don't look like a millionaire.
All the pussy I'm getting, I'm gonna need to grow another dick.
Micro stocks, schmicro stocks. He tried to pitch me some asbestos removal company. What's to remove? I eat the fucking shit, okay? Put it on a bun with some mustard and I eat the fucking shit. Yeah, you wish you bought early? I wish I had a 90-inch cack. You never made money. You hate money. You gotta learn to be aggressive, brother. Learn how to push. Get him to buy. Period. They say money can't buy happiness. Look at the fucking smile on my face. I just enjoy making love to other men. It's how I center myself after a hard day of trading. You should really try it. We don't pitch the bitch. I don't care if it's Princess Di. We don't sell stock to women. The stock goes down, they call 10 times a day. And God forbid the stock goes up, they call every 15 minutes. You couldn't finance this pen. He's been here for hours, chummer. 1 at a time, please. Keep it orderly. After Jai Hu and 11 private equity fund managers made their way into the crammed chicken joint, Chips sent the rest packing, to much dismay. Chips opened his mouth to speak. All right, you goons, as you know, you are here to ask a question of the great computers and the great capital is M. I can see you all have the look on your faces of deep spiritual searching, and you are undoubtedly here to ask a question with grave implications for science, humanity, and existence itself. It's truly refreshing to see this assembly of like-minded wanderers and soul-seeking men of the cloth, as opposed to just a bunch of Muppets looking for stock tips. While Chips worked the crowd, a small, autonomous V Hitler made its way around distributing RFID raffle tickets. One trader tried to take 2 tickets and was quickly zapped with a low-intensity pain jolt from the V Hitler's front dildo prongs. Footnote: in the future, all power connectors and outlets are shaped like penises and vaginas. The human male's mushroom-shaped penis, perfectly evolved to scoop his rival's semen out of a vagina, was easily adapted to scoop electricity out of a socket. The V-Hitler made its way deliberately over to Jaihu, bypassing several other waiting contestants. He reached out and took the RFID raffle ticket. The money men networked and gossiped and strategized amongst themselves. As anxious as they all were to talk up their own books and whip out the dick-measuring rulers, they were no dummies, and accordingly they used high-level game theory and advanced usury arts to formulate the one question for which the answer could be used to bump their portfolios by the highest possible amount. Their plan was well over Jaihu's head, but he was able to use some of what he remembered imagining during imaginary studies to piece together the gist of it. The traders intended to pool their resources for a hostile buyout of an assisted living facility management company, and they'd use the research data gleaned from the Ask Me Anything to perfectly time the takeover so that the maximum number of elderly and disabled people would be out on their asses in the cold. Ethically questionable, but Jaihu had to admit, the plan was brilliant. Chips went in the back by the grease fryers and wheeled out an air mix lotto machine full of bright orange ping-pong balls. He let them swish around in a mini tornado for a bit before reaching for the top of the mix chamber. Jaihu was the only one in the room sharp-eyed enough to see that the ball Chips produced came not from the lotto machine but from inside his robot sleeve. Unable to contain a servo-assisted smirk, Chips's robotic mouth twitched wildly into the corner of his aluminum cheek. 777, Chips giggled. The traders looked around to see which of their co-conspirators would be posing the all-important question, and grew confused when no one stepped up with the winning ticket. Chips winked a mechanical GoPro eye at Jaihu. He was looking particularly angelic, standing there up on the dance stage, surrounded by strobe lights and fog machines and everything else they usually had out at the supreme Temple of Creation house of chicken and gravy biscuits. Jaihu looked down, and in his fingers was ticket number 777. This must have been what Jesus had meant when he said he knows a guy. The guy Jesus knew was himself. There was a collective, exasperated sigh, followed by an even more collective groan of frustration as the money men realized they would not be adding to their collections of Daum crystal and Ladro porcelain anytime soon. One guy was so upset, he pulled out a rare Honus Wagner baseball card and ripped it in half. The 11 traders leaned in to check Jaihu's ticket, then started assailing him with questions, hoping to get advanced knowledge of whatever big play he was planning. Was the kid going to go long on some military torture industrial complex blue chips? Shutter some orphanages and sell the cots for scrap metal? Straight up buy slaves and use the cost-effectiveness leverage to undercut the nation's retail giants? Surely this year's Ask Me Anything wouldn't be a total waste. There had to be a way to get in on the action. The hybrid intelligence of Computas and Capitalism was wheeled out on a high school TV cart. Their shared avatar for this rare unified state, a rudimentary low-polygon head, flickered on the aging CRT display. The moment had come. It was time to ask them anything. Anything at all. Jaihu seethed with rage at the unfairness and iniquity the two represented. He wanted more than anything to simply decline to ask his question, and so damn them to a missing input loop eternity of occupying the same avatar. Who knew what havoc they would wreak in that form? But if it meant those two hateful nemeses would be suffering more, trapped together like that, then so be it. Jaihu thought of Chips then, his friend, the corporeal vessel for Jesus, who wanted to give mankind one last chance after God had gone insane and clocked out. He thought of Khaleesi, who, like all women, was unable to fend for herself and would always need protection, despite her adorable attempts at acting like a man. Without the patriarchy, how would she eat? How would she stay alive? Jaihu couldn't bear the thought of her crawling on her hands and knees like a bug, looking for crusties and crumbs on the floor to eat for sustenance. Then there was Officer, a.k.a. Savior, who, though he was a functionary of the crazy system they were both caught up in, was somewhat cool and gave him a ride, even showing him a few new drifting techniques which shaved seconds off his scuba lap time. And how could he forget Plug 5, The bristly but lovable nicotine addict wasn't his boss for long, but he and his army of unskilled, book-destroying laborers had managed to touch his heart and show him the meaning of dedication. The humanity of it was all too much to bear, and he started weeping. Through the tears, Jaihu asked his question. Computers and capital is M. My question for you both, which you are code-bound to answer, is prove that God isn't real. The word real echoed as though Jaihu had said it from the most echoey part of the Grand Canyon, and Chips was smirking like he just got done fucking some other guy's wife.
Simple enough for an entity with our genius and access to archived posts,
said the machine McMachine Pants. The CRT avatar rolled its rainbow-colored eyes in spirals and tilted its head back and forth whimsically to show that the parrot AI was deep in thought. Chips stood still, watching expectantly, but not anxiously. Inwardly, his circuit boards were smirking an overclocked smirk. Jaihu dug his nails into his fists and prayed. The traders rubbed their hands together furiously, scheming up several ways to financially exploit the certainty of the existence or non-existence of God. Didn't matter which. They'd make money. The chicken grease fryers popped and sizzled. Then, the power went out.